Welcome to the day we've all been waiting for, the showdown of the summer in the Travers. One of the great traditions at this historic racetrack, painting the infield canoe in the color of the Travers winter silks. Will it be burgundy and white? Torpedo Anna takes aim at history. In the Midsummer Derby, is she the best 3-year-old in the land, male or female? Dornick is the current clubhouse leader of the 3-year-old division. Can the Belmont Stakes and Haskell winner at a third straight Grade 1 win and cement his status as top dog? Is it finally time for Kentucky Derby runner-up Sierra Leone to have his major moment? He's been the most consistent 3-year-old. Are his struggles of staying straight in the stretch a thing of the past? And can the Jersey bred again stand tall in the Empire State? Woody Stevens winner Bookham Dano looks to add a second Grade 1 win in today's Allen Jerkins. All that and more coming up on a sensational day of racing here on Saratoga Live on Travers Saturday. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Thank you, Mother Nature. Sun is shining. It is a gorgeous Travers Saturday afternoon here in upstate New York in Saratoga Springs as we get set for 5 Grade 1 wins on one of the very special, important days all year long in this sport. These races today, they hold, for a lot of people who vote, even extra weight in determining who will win a championship at year's end. And as we expected, fans piling in early to get primo seats where you can, because they are going to go fast. Good to have you with us on this big afternoon. I'm Greg Wolf. Welcome to our Fox Sports coverage. I'll bring in my team here in just a moment. So many big races today and races that do help decide championships. And of course, the big one later today in the DraftKings Travers will help decide who is that leader of that 3-year-old division. And maybe, just maybe, the best 3-year-old in the land will turn out to be a filly. She'll get her chance. Torpedo Anna taking this shot at history against the boys in the big one here, this unofficial 4th leg of the Triple Crown. She'll have the inside post for Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez Jr., who made history, of course, with that Oaks Derby double. With me, Sarah El Badwi, 4-time Breeders' Cup winning rider Rajiv Mirage. What do you think about Torpedo Anna today against the boys?
I'm excited she's here. They have to take a shot against the next level of competition. She has nothing to prove against the 3-year-old fillies going forward. It'll be interesting to see where she stacks up amongst the 3-year-old males. And while I don't necessarily expect her to get the victory, I'm really excited to see her run later on. I'm glad they're taking a shot.
Is this post position a danger for her? Or do you like where she is?
No, the post position is absolutely a danger for her. She got no justice getting this post draw because she's going to have to load in first, being that she's in a 1-hole, and have to wait for all the other horses to load. And she's had a bit of an anxiety issue. She's a filly that's known to get really hot and revved up. And if she starts, she can make some trouble for herself. And in her most recent start, she actually lunged coming out of the gate, jumped up in the air, lost some position. She can't do that against this field and get away with it because she's so dominant against the girls. These boys are tough today.
Let's meet this field, who she's going to line up against. I think most of you probably know this group well. Torpedo Anna, no question, she is the queen of the division. She's probably already locked up a championship and now a chance to maybe be Horse of the Year.
The magnificent Torpedo Anna, she's just crushed her competition, and those are really nice horses. Gets the real acid test today against the big boys.
Inches from a Kentucky Derby, Sierra Leone. Has he solved his problems?
I don't know if he has, but he has been so consistent even without doing so. They've been tinkering with his equipment a little bit to try to get him to run in a straight line. You know where he's going to be early on, far back.
His stablemate on the improve, Unmatched Wisdom. He's undefeated.
Yeah, he's unblemished career. You know, he has done everything that they've wanted from him. He's handled everything thrown at him, but today he goes off the real deep end.
Regal Pedigree next door, and a horse who was a length behind Unmatched Wisdom in that Curlin. Corporate power, excuse me.
A horse that really is getting that class test today, one that has been steadily improving over time and has a little bit more tactical ability, could sit mid-pack.
Belmont is going to give Batten Down another chance after being a distant 3rd in the Jim Dandy.
Yeah, the real monkey wrench in the race because he ran great in the Ohio Derby, freewheeling on the lead. They rated a bit in the Jim Dandy, he wasn't as effective. He's going to have to try to go to the lead, and it's going to make this pace really hot.
Honor Marie tried 2/3 of the Triple Crown. He shows back up here for Whit Beckman.
And he'll want to see that pace really heat up, as you mentioned, because he's a horse that comes from very far off of the pace, one that has closed against the track a couple of times and needs to get out of the gate.
What a triple this would be. Belmont Stakes, Haskell, and Travers, if he can do it for Dornick.
If you're a fan of gutsy, gritty, resilient horses, he's a man. No one can beat him in a bar fight. He's tough as nails.
And the most brilliant horse we've seen at 2 and at 3, but he has never gone back-to-back winning races. Fierceness.
His best day wins this race. Are we going to see that come up in the Travers? Remains to be seen. I want to see him put back-to-back races together.
Early wagering. It's early. Got a long time until that Travers, but he is a big price right now. Fierceness. We'll see what happens. He was back to his brilliant self in the Jim Dandy. Can he do it back-to-back? 6:10 Eastern time when those gates open for this year's edition of the DraftKings Travers. You will see it, part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. Signs are out, a lot of pink going to be worn today. Rooting on Torpedo Anna against the boys, and that coverage on Fox begins at 3 Eastern time. You do not want to miss it. Appointment television to come. Let's take a look at what happens before we get there. We have so much on this Travers Saturday undercard menu as well. Race 9. Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer. Mandatory payout pick 5 with all those grade 1s. And then Ballerina, Forgo, Allendrick. It's grade 1 after grade 1. After grade 1, all the stars are out for this sensational Saturday of action here in Saratoga Springs. Fast and firm. Track conditions here brought to you by John Deere as the sun is shining down on us. One of the great days we've had of this entire meet. Beautiful afternoon, tremendous conditions, and it is filling up fast here with fans coming in, grabbing any seat they can. We're going to kick our card with a New York bred maiden special weight at 7 furlongs, which we'll get to in a moment. You can play all the action on this Travers Saturday, rest of this meet and beyond by getting signed up right there with the official betting app of Saratoga NyraBets. That's the offer, that $250 deposit match sign up bonus with that code at sign up spot 250. Again, right there at nyrabets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Always good to get off to a good start on a day like this. We'll see if we can do that here in this opening race. 7 furlongs, again, New York breds trying to get that first win on the resume. And Geopolitics, Sarah, horse who's been shown a lot of talent, but a little bit of second-itis.
Hey, she's consistent, and she has been improving her numbers, but she's consistently finishing second as the favorite and going to be favored again.
4 to 5 right now. Joel Rosario will be aboard. Let's bring in the MIG for more on Travers Saturday. Happy Travers, MIG.
Happy Travers, guys. Absolutely stunning day here. This is by far and away our best day of the entire meet weather-wise, and certainly with the card of racing that we have on tap. Really, really feel blessed and privileged to be here, and I'm so excited about all of the great grade 1 action we have coming. But we've got maidens here, and we'll start with the one horse here, Calling an Audible. Just, you know, a horse that's run 8 times, 3 seconds, 3/3. Really looks very well turned out. Eddie Barker quietly put together a nice little meet, 2 wins already. She's been very vocal. She's been kind of hollering at everybody. Usually you see that with first-time starters or even second-time starters, but maybe she's just a chatty kind of filly wanting to tell everybody she's here. Looks outstanding, and I do think Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard with post 1. This filly will be very involved early. First-time starter that really caught my eye from the Jimmy Bond barn to Steal the Rhythm. Really well turned out. Very, very smart filly. You could see when a horse kind of looks at her surroundings and kind of takes things in. She's making a super impression. Talked to Jim about her. Said she's been really proficient out of the gate in the mornings. Thinks she's going to be forward, and she looks extremely fit, which she'll have to be. It's a difficult debut distance at 7 furlongs, but I really like what I'm seeing from her. The 6 Empire Magic from Danny Gargan barn. This filly really looks great. I think I might be leaning in her direction. I think she gets the paddock check mark over anybody. And she's shown speed, and I think she'll be forward as well. It'll be interesting to see early on in this card how this racetrack is playing. And then your favorite, the 8 Geopolitics. Listen, she's a Bill Mott trainee. He's a Hall of Fame conditioner. She looks fantastic. But she has definitely tipped her hand that she is more content to run alongside horses and not necessarily pass horses. Now, she adds blinkers today with that outside post, but she, to me, is a filly that just doesn't have any idea about wanting to dominate. She's just happy to kind of run with the herd, and I think at a short price, I'm going to look elsewhere.
5 consecutive starts for that one right there. 5 consecutive runner-up finishes. Several times she's had the lead in the stretch and has not sealed the deal. Could she do it today? Travers Day opener from Saratoga Springs when we come back here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will, that's a photo for the win.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller photo! In Italian to win it.
Big F has won.
And it will be McCulloch, domestic spending.
Ocean Road.
Victoria Road.
Digital Age and Pearl.
State of Rest, newspaper of record. Back with you on Travers Saturday. Here at Saratoga Springs, fans lined up far and wide to get in, get those coveted picnic tables and the hot spots for the biggest day of the meet. You can play it all with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started, nairabets.com. They are bringing some serious gear for this, don't they?
They come prepared. I mean, that line was long this morning, but people are ready for a full day of racing and to have their setups complete.
To get to our post parade here for the opener as we take a look at calling an audible meets leading. Rider aboard or Rider Ortiz Jr.?
This is a horse that's had a couple of chances, but has been that more consistent type, just not getting that victory so far over 8.
It's a first-time starter. 'Tis All Mine with Julian Leperoux.
Not much to endorse on this one from a low percentage barn, and also not showing much on the DRF Clocker reports.
Here's a filly who was 16-1 first time out, bigger price today.
Horse that actually has a little bit of pedigree, off slow on debut, but would need to seriously turn things around.
Bond Barn with a first-time starter, Steal a Rhythm.
Yeah, the James Bond Barn debuts this one. Has a bit more of a distance pedigree, being by Tonalist.
Paula's star sister, she hit the board in the debut. Here comes start number 2.
A horse that both Rajiv and I have some interest in, one with very good gate speed and possibly an alternative to your heavy favorite.
Danny Gargan would love to get on the board for the first time at this meet. before the Travers. He has a chance to do so here.
Second at this level last time after chasing the pace as a heavy favorite.
And geopolitics, usually the case, odds on, 3 times in 5 starts. That has been the case, has always been second.
Yeah, the big favorite here, but there's one thing to note. She's been a money burner. She's been the favorite in every one of her starts. She's been second in all of those starts. Today, she adds blinkers, and sometimes that's a difference maker in giving the horse an extra desire and will to win.
All right, we're going to play Bet the Favorite, Beat the Favorite. Sarah, here we go.
Very exciting game. My first time getting to play, but Geopolitics is one of those horses that absolutely could win this race. Just one that has been a short price in each successive start so far. The propensity to finish second has been proven for this one, whether she's trying turf, dirt, different distances, different horses that she's facing against, and different tactics as well. Maybe the blinkers turn things around, but to me, she's a bad bet, and I'm going in a different direction. I'm trying to beat the favorite in this spot. With Paula's Star Sister, a horse that can be a little bit more forward, did run well first time out, and we've seen horses come out of that debut race and improve. The winner came back to run second, cruised to Catalina. We saw Granadilla run well in her next start. There were a couple of next out winners in that race as well. So just overall really trying to get a hold on somebody other than your favorite, and also including calling an audible for Irad Ortiz Jr. And then that gives me the ability to spread a little bit more and have some shorter prices in some of the other races coming up. Horses that I think are very logical, like Green Light. Cinderblock, I want to give a chance to. Donegal Momentum, if he takes to the turf in race number 2. And I have no strong opinion in the third race. I think it's a wide open affair, and the distance is going to be a real equalizer. In race number 4, I think that there is a clear favorite, as well as a horse that is interesting coming off a long layoff in Jace's Road, and one that I like in Aro Smash. And then to close things out, just 2 horses, and hopefully it's not the big favorite, but I think that the entry is going to be extremely tough to beat, especially bring the band home.
It's a tough call. This race goes through this filly right here. She's never bbeen this short a price. 2 to 5, all those seconds. Mig has not scared off anyone in the betting public here today.
Well, hadn't scared off anybody in the betting public, but it scared me off. Now, she is outfitted with blinkers today, and actually an extension blinker on the outside. No blinker cup on the inside, but an extension blinker on the outside. The common wisdom with that is a horse that wants to drift out, a horse will not run to where they can't see. That was not my experience as a rider. I really never was crazy about that kind of equipment, but obviously Bill Mott, Hall of Famer, he puts it on. She's also with a pretty severe bit, one to help keep her straight. I don't really recall her having a big problem trying to get out, but obviously change of equipment, maybe it gets her attention. I just can't take her at a short price because there are any one of those races I believe she could have won and just didn't show that desire to pass horses or keep herself in front. So I thought the 6 Empire Magic was one way to go. I thought she looks fantastic for trainer Danny Gargan, and it would be, I'm sure, take a little pressure off of Danny, win early on this Travers Day card and waiting for his big horse Dornock later on. But I wound up on the 1, guys. I'm calling an audible with calling an audible. I love that Irad Ortiz takes the mount here. She's extremely well turned out. And I think she could be sitting that beautiful trip, drafting right in behind the leaders and pounce when the real running begins.
Just say Omaha, Mig. Omaha. Omaha. Look, Geopolitics, 1 to 2 right now. Look at some of the fields she's faced. She's never had this much of an advantage. I mean, she was the horse to beat, obviously. Massive advantage in terms of the races she's run and how fast she's run against some of the other fields she's been in.
I think that's completely fair to say. And look, she is a horse that has gotten better. We saw her run her career best race last time out, finishing second to evaluation. But I don't really know who she's faced overall either. Those were horses that had some upside, that hadn't had races that were so spectacular. One of them a first-time starter, this one a first-time starter as well. So it's not as though someone has come in with such proven form and been able to defeat her. She is a horse that was forward, now has to get an extra furlong today, and just second over and over and over again. It just leaves a bad taste.
What about Rosario, Raj, now, who's gotten to know this horse pretty well and been on the runner-up side of things for those 5 starts?
I mean, the blinkers go on today, and I think that's the key factor with her. You can't, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, and they've been just doing the same thing. She's just been running second, going to the lead, and just getting beat. Today they're trying something different. They're putting the blinkers on, and a lot of times it makes a huge difference. Horse is focused and kind of gets them more engaged. And that's the desired effect that they're going for. They want her to be able to polish it off, because it's not like she doesn't have the ability to blow this field away. She just hasn't put it all together. And the desired effect of the blinkers is to put it all together.
Late scratch of this huge long shot. 3's going to come out. Not going to change this race a whole lot. So funny forecast will go back to the barn. You see Omar Hernandez Moreno will not have a mount here in the opener. 1-2 favorite, Geopolitics. As you take a look at the favorite, and Joel Rosario, meanwhile, calling an audible. This will be start number 9 coming up. This man right here has been leading this meet, basically gate to wire. As we take a look at these jockey standings, who will win? We know it's not going to be Tyler Gaffleone, even though he's had an incredible meet. He's going to miss, I believe, 4 or 5 days coming up, heading to Kentucky Downs, but he's had a sensational summer. So it's basically up to Flavien Prat to try and chase down the man who's won the last 2.
I mean, it's going to be super tough. If I had to call it, I'd say Irad almost has the meet locked up, because there's word floating around that Flavien also has to ride a few days in Kentucky Downs. So unless Flavien has like an incredible day where he bangs out like 6 or 7 wins and actually passes him, it's almost pretty much locked up. Today is the deciding factor in the jockeys race.
Here's a look at what Irad has coming up this afternoon. Some pretty big runners, including, I would say, I don't even know if it's arguable, Vava, probably the best filly and mare sprinter in the country right now. She's got to prove it again, obviously, today in a very tough race.
It's a tough race, but she has stamped herself as the leader of that division so far. Just really improved this year and been so consistent overall. A very clear horse to beat in that spot, but there is a little bit more going on within that race.
Post time coming up on our first here on Travers Saturday. What was this day like for you, Raj, riding on days like this with this kind of crowd, this kind of excitement?
It was intense. You know, big race, and the big race is the last, you know, later on in the card. So there's a lot of you know, anxiety and stuff building up towards that race. But so once you win early, it kind of relieves some of that pressure. It's almost like opening a soda. You know, you get that, relieve some of that pressure. And that's what the first few races are going to be like for some of these top guys. But also, if you don't win early and you have a few bad races, it's almost like shaking up that can of soda. It starts building up and you feel like it's going to burst. So it's very important to really get off to a good start, kind of get that fizzle out and settle down as the day progresses. It's really a long day.
2-5 favorite. Geopolitics, 5 starts, 5 runner-up finishes, but an equipment change today. Blinkers on. Will that make the difference? Let's kick off this Travers Saturday card. Send it upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thank you very much, Greg. They're moving into line. A few more left to load. Steal the Rhythm is awaiting her turn. Behind her, we have Paula's Star Sister. The DraftKings logo prominent on the starting gate on DraftKings Travers Day. Last few runners left to load.
What? Yes.
Empire Magic, those colors, bright salmon. As she walks into the gate, and the heavy favorite Geopolitics to the outside. They're in the gate.
Got it!
And they're off. Geopolitics bounces out quickly with those blinkers. Paula's Star Sister comes away in second, and Empire Magic is just outside of her. It's another 2 back to Calling an Audible, who's 4th along the inside, 4 lengths off the lead. The 2 trailers, Tis All Mine and Steal the Rhythm at the back of the field. So Joel Rosario has the favorite Geopolitics in control, taken in hand while leading by a length over Empire Magic, clearly into second. Paula Star's sister third, calling an audible on the fence in fourth. The opening quarter went in 23 seconds flat as they passed the half-mile pole. Steal the Rhythm is 6 lengths off the pace, another 5. Back to Tis All Mine. Geopolitics with a 2.5 length lead. Luis Saez getting after Empire Magic, trying to stay close in second. Another 4 back to Paula Star's sister in third. And then it's calling an audible. Geopolitics has opened up an 8-length lead at the top of the stretch. Geopolitics is all by herself. Still in second is Empire Magic, trying her best. And then it's Paula Star's sister and calling an audible. Focused with those blinkers on. Geopolitics puts an exclamation point on the graduation ceremonies by almost 10 lengths. Empire Magic, Paula Star's sister, and Tis All Mine.
Patience pays off. 5 runner-up finishes and 5 starts, and a dominant exclamation point now on the graduation with that equipment change.
The blinkers went on, and this horse was really more focused, able to have that forward position like we'd seen from her in the past, but able to really split away from the other rivals in this field. And nobody really wanted to engage with her early or really try to come up the inside rail, as you were touching on during the running of the race. A horse that drifts out, someone maybe should have gone towards the inside.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it wasn't going to make a difference, but the blinkers had the desired effect. It really made her focus and engaged and polished off what she could do, because she always showed that she had the ability to have this kind of race in her. You know, so she was able to put it all together. Horses are herd animals, and sometimes when they don't have this equipment on, they're seeing the other horses and kind of waiting on them, trying to run with them, looking for company. When you snap the blinkers on, it gives them tunnel vision. All they're seeing is racetrack in front of them, and it makes them focus on not thinking about other horses, but just thinking about running straight. They accomplished what they wanted today, and this is the kind of filly that could be onwards and upwards with this equipment change.
She was much the best in here. No one else was coming close to her victory, and she was able to really extend that margin and kick on nicely, coming in with some of the faster races. But at 2-5, with all those seconds adding up, these are just never the kinds of horses that I'm going to bet they will always beat me, and she did very soundly today.
Does it impressively here. First time blinkers. You see that extension cup there. Geopolitics, 6th time the charm as she wins at 2-5 to kick off DraftKings Travers Saturday. Joel Rosario for Bill Mott, who will send out batting down in the big one to come later this afternoon. Odds on formful start to the first on the card. Can this filly take it to the boys in the big one? She'll get a shot at history, trying to become the first filly to win the Travers since 1915. We'll preview her chances coming up.
They say breed the best to the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside, and
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
it is Vekoma, the one to catch. Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this grade 1 corner. Inside, Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and six-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Back with you, and our Saturday Travers card underway with a dominant win. Geopolitics. A lot of second-itis to this point in her career, but not today. Easy winner to take the opener for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott and Joel Rosario aboard.
Change of equipment worked wonders on her, as well as really having that forward position in this race, and she was able to deliver on that promise that she had disappointed on in the past, emphatically.
Let's head to the winner's circle with Mig.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. And Joelle, Geopolitics, we got a different filly today. Her first 5 starts, a little frustration, seconds. Today, blinkers on, extension blinker, completely different attitude.
Yeah, she was. She it was more focused today, more straight. You know, when tuning for home, sometimes she's trying to like go log out, and but she was very straight today. Yeah, I think that was her race.
You know, one thing I noticed today, like she drew off around the turn, and she was in the bridle where she was waiting on horses in her other starts.
Yeah, she did. Looked like I have a lot of horse with me, and but sometimes, you know, she did that before with me, and just got beat right the last part. But, you know, Billy told me just, you know, if you feel like you have a horse and they're just trying to let it go on and open up, and yeah, that's what I trained to do, and I thought she was the best horse today.
So how important is on a big day like this, a great atmosphere, to win right away?
Yeah, it's very important. I mean, every win is just, you know how it is. It's just, you know, it's blessed, and, you know, but it's time, you know, a day like today with a winner, you know, that's, hopefully we got some more later on. That would be nice.
Well, one of the horses you ride later on is Far Bridge in the Sword Dancer. A horse, now this filly wore an extension blinker, tries to get out. This horse tries to lug in a little bit tricky to ride. What kind of trip do you hope to get?
Yeah, we'll see what the, you know, the Christophe and, you know, the owner, they want to do. But, I mean, we got a, you know, long race, and we got 2 Godolphin horses in the race, and yeah, we'll see, you know, how when he break out of there, and, you know, hopefully he goes straight today.
Joel, best of luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Guys, newly minted Hall of Famer, Joel Rosario.
And a man who, you know, a few summers ago, he could not be stopped. 15 stakes wins, one of 3 riders to ever do that at this meet, and that is a number that Flavien Prat is chasing right now.
Yeah, Flavien added another 1 to his tally yesterday in the Grade 1 Personal Ensign, and he has a lot of quality mounts today. And, you know, there's also another week going. So if I had to guess, I think Flavien is right in target, at least a little above par to be able to get that new record stake wins at Saratoga.
We're going to get into the second race. We'll be on the turf, mile and a 16th. Allowance optional claiming field, and the favorite right now at 5-2, Green Light. Rudolph Brissett, and an equipment change on this 3-year-old, blinkers on, Sarah.
Well, we saw that be effective in the previous race. A horse that is the horse to beat, arguably based on his last couple of races. Tough trip last time as well against some stakes company too, and comes in with a record that seems like he might just be a little bit faster.
We could talk the big one from now until post time. We're going to talk a little bit more about it now. ABR race of the week. What else could it be? It's the DraftKings Travers, and we'll take a look at the updated current odds. 6-1 on Fierceness right now. So some non-believers on a horse who has never been able to put together back-to-back wins, that he will not be able to do it today. Meanwhile, the leader of this division right now, it is Dornick, based off that Belmont Stakes and Haskell win. That is tough, though, to try and pull off this three-peat here to add the Travers, isn't it?
He's a horse that has that fight in him, one that can be forwardly placed, take on other horses that have that same intention, and really kick on and battle his way down the stretch, able to defeat Mindframe in both the Belmont here at Saratoga and the Haskell. And really those triple-digit buyers in his last 2 races have been those sort of breakout performances for him, a horse that always had some ability early on. Is he going to the lead today, Roger? Is he going to try to sit off somebody else?
He's going to have to come out running at least to ensure that he's going to establish his position forward. I don't know if they're going to try to get into a suicidal battle if the pace ends up being too hot, because he can run from just off the pace as well.
Winning the Haskell has not been a good precursor to success in the Travers, as you can see right there, and there's some pretty good names on that list, including a Triple Crown winner. So if he can do it, that would certainly be something. Look, he is a fighter. We know that maybe more than anyone in this field. He loves a dogfight. He's been past the last 2 Grade 1s, and he's come back to win.
He's battle tested, and he's shown that he is capable of really overcoming horses that are going to pass by him, something that we haven't seen much of from Fierceness towards his outside, a horse that is the fastest when things go his way, but yet to overcome that adversity, at least with Dornoch, you know he's going to give you his best.
Meanwhile, Torpedo Anna, we talked a little bit top of the show, Raj, what she has to do, and Brian Hernandez Jr. from that inside post, but she has just been incredibly consistent, had a little hiccup out of the gate last time out, and it did not stop her at all.
She has just shown that she can overcome adversity, and this is what legends are made of, right? They don't make excuses. They find ways to win. And she kind of reminds me of when Michael Jordan was that big game when he was having a flu and he's sitting on the bench with a towel over his head. Things weren't his way, but he comes out and he just wins the game for you. And that's what she has done in her career. She can break slowly and win. She can wash out in the post parade and win. She can draw a bad, unfavorable post and win. She can go to the lead and win. She can come from off the pace and win. And this workout right here shows that she is in top form. Look at her rider. He's asking her to slow down by pulling on the reins, and she's still passing her workmates, working in 59 and change. There's no excuses for her. She doesn't make excuses. I just feel like she is gonna be in an unfavorable position today. Being on the inside, she's gonna have to load in the gate early, stand in the gate a long time. She's not gonna break that fast, and she's gonna get shuffled back. However, she is shown to overcome things like that in the past. So I can see her having an adverse trip and still getting the job done.
Not only has it been 109 years since a filly won the Travers, very few have even tried to do it. This is just a monumental task that Torpedo Anna is taking on today, trying to make history, but she is that good that she deserves this chance, as good as she's been. And the workouts reflected. If you look at the DRF Clocker reports, and Ken McPeak has said it too, he feels she's even gotten better coming into this Travers. That's pretty remarkable.
Ken McPeak is not afraid to take a shot with his horses, particularly running females against males as well. We've seen him do it with the Swiss Skydiver horse that won that 2020 Preakness over Authentic. And really, she knows that she was going to be such a short price in the Alabama. Might as well take that shot, see where she stacks up against the boys.
Going to be so much fun to see if she can pull this off. What a race. Each and every year it's sensational, but this one, the best we've had in a long time. Look at this stakes schedule. 5 Grade 1s, all incredibly important to year-end championship honors. That Alan Jerkins loaded. That is going to be a war. That is so much fun. 5:30 Eastern start time for that one, and then the DraftKings Travers with Torpedo Anna taking on the boys at 6:10 Eastern time, all part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. And that man right there, the one he wants, he said even more than a Kentucky Derby. It is the Travers. He will have 2 chances at his first ever with unmatched wisdom and the runner-up in the Kentucky Derby, Sierra Leone. Stay with us.
$1 million, did I hear? $1 million, $1 million on a $1,400,000 on a pie, $1,500,000 and $1,600,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half, $1,500,000. Jody, thank you. Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
It's shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornoch win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden 5th.
Time to take a look at the Travers by the numbers. First run back in 1864. So much history in this race. Fastest ever run. It was incredible to watch Arrogate do his thing. 13.5 length score. That was nothing compared to Damascus, though, in terms of margin of victory. He was 15 lengths back early. He wound up winning by 22 lengths as a 1-5 favorite. Burt Mulholland, most wins by a trainer. His first with 8:30, his second with a son of 8:30, lights up. Most wins by an owner. 3 different groups have done it, including Rokeby Stable. Javier Castellano, he's the king of the Travers, including last year, his 7th with Arcangelo. Dead Heat, Alpha Golden Ticket. Not sure what they did with the canoe that year. Must have been interesting back in 2012. Dramatic upset. Can't get more dramatic than beating a Triple Crown winner. Keen Ice did that to American Pharoah. Travers winners to win the Breeders' Cup Classic. The great Arrogate, that 4-race span, he was just untouchable. And Travers winners named champ. Arcangelo became the 14th to do it last year in that history-making year for Jenna Antonucci. And Travers winners to be named Horse of the Year. The great point given. 25 Travers winners have been enshrined across the street in the Hall of Fame. What a race, so much history to it. One of the most important races there is in this sport. And for the man we showed you going to break, Chad Brown, he'll have 2 in this year's edition. Again, growing up in nearby Mechanicville, he wants this one so bad. He's had a couple of race wins at this meet that he's never won before. Can he add this one as well, Sarah?
He's got a 1-2 punch coming into this race, and he's had horses that have come in with very live shots to do so. Sort of that elusive race as some trainers have, like the Kentucky Derby for him as well as Steve Asmussen, and he has had those opportunities. But Sierra Leone, I think, going to be his likeliest to do this. So coming into this race, and he's pace compromised, yes. He's had some equipment changes, but we know the talent and ability is there. He's overcome a lot of those far back placings in his races in the past.
Absolutely his best shot of ever having a Travers. I mean, this is a great 1-2 punch. Sierra Leone in his own right, standing alone by himself, he's definitely a top contender. The dynamics of the race is very suitable for him. There seems to be a lot of speed signed on to ensure that there's pace in front, which sets up well for a late closer like him. He also draws a favorable inside post, being in the 2 position. And so he's going to be able to save a lot of ground. The stars have aligned for Sierra Leone.
Chad Brown has said he'd like to see him actually be a little bit closer in this race today in the Travers. We'll see if that happens. Chad Brown will send out the 3 vesting in this race coming up. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, this is a really good-looking group of horses here. You know, sometimes you go in the paddock and 1 or 2 stand out. The entire field looks very well turned out here. Start with the 3 vesting from the Chad Brown barn. You expect them to look good. This horse is 1 going a mile and 3 furlongs, but looking at him from a physical perspective, I like the turn back in distance for him. You know, he's not kind of that rangier, scopier type that you think a mile and 3/8 on the turf, but again, he was very proficient at it. I think a mile and a 16th is going to suit this horse extremely well. The 4 Spirit Prince looks fantastic. I also like him turning back in distance. Just don't think he stayed the mile and 3/8 in the Kent last time. Could not look any better for trainer Christophe Clement. The 8 horse Cinderblock, he might get the paddock check mark in a field of really good-looking horses. This son of Blame, Claiborne Farm Stallion, looks outstanding, and his turf races are strong. I think he could take a big step forward here and maybe get the right trip stalking comfortably just off the pace. And you got the 9, Donegal Momentum, a horse that broke his maiden so impressively, and trying the turf now after being swept off his feet in the Amsterdam. He does have a turf work, so obviously Tom Morley must have felt, you know, encouraged to give him a try on the grass. He's from the outside. I just wonder, coming out of that fast-paced Amsterdam, will he be a little bit keen as he stretches out to 2 turns here on the turf? I'll kind of check out how he warms up, guys, and give you a little more insight when they're on the track.
All right, Mig, thanks. That man right there, he has had the magic touch in the Travers. 7th win in that historic race last year with Arcangelo. Look at all the horses he's guided across the wire. First, he'll get a chance at an 8th on long shot this year for Shug McGahee Corporate Power. It's been the only pilot this horse has known. Finished a length behind, I should say, Unmatched Wisdom last start. But he did move forward, Sarah, at least in terms of how fast he's been running in those races. Can he take another step today?
That's the goal. I mean, a horse that has that lightly raced profile coming in, who has progressively improved, and he is a little bit more tactical than some of your closers like Sierra Leone, like an Anna Marie. He should get that mid-pack trip.
Post parade coming up for this second race. It starts in early pick 4, approaching the 6-minute mark to post. Mile and a 16th on the turf, and this allowance optional claiming field will start on the rail. Frankie Dettori will ride for Michael Trombetta, and a horse coming out of a grade 2, the Hall of Fame against Neat, Crystal Quest.
He's been in some tough spots as of late. A horse that's run well against Stakes Company is getting a little class relief.
Here's the Chad Brown runner vesting with Flavian Pratt.
Set the pace and couldn't quite hoing the distance in that mile and 3/8. Maybe going to be forward today.
Christophe Clement Barn with a horse coming out of a 3rd place finish in a stake at Delaware, Spirit Prince.
This is my top pick. He has a great running style for this race that has a lot of speed in there. He's a good closer.
Here is the favorite. This is Green Light with Jose Ortiz.
Tough trip last time for this one against Stakes Company at Ellis Park. The blinkers do go on. He has the fastest race to go back to.
Brendan Walsh Barn sends out this one with Tyler Gaffleone at 7-1.
I think he's going to be in a little bit tougher than he was last time out today, and maybe doesn't quite class up.
Cinderblock looked very good last time he was on the grass, breaking his maiden by 5 3/4 lengths.
And one that might be getting a bit overlooked because he didn't run that well in his last race, but that was a race that was taken off the grass. He's back to his preferred surface on the turf today.
This is a horse, Donegal Momentum. He's been very good on dirt, and he's going to try grass now for the first time.
And he's been very quick as well, a horse that is dropping in class from that grade 2 Amsterdam. And if he can translate that turf speed today, he's likely going to be in front in this race. And there's turf pedigree as well.
You can follow along with all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's action with free Equibase past performances. To get them, go to NYRA.com/TV schedule. Pick 4 starts here, pulled just over $150,000. So back to the favorite. And this is Green Light, Rudolph Brissett Barn. And a horse who's coming out of back-to-back stakes races, hitting the board in both. This was back at Ellis Park most recently, August 3rd, finished 3rd.
I mean, this was a really good race. But the story of this race was he ranged up like he had a good shot to win, and he couldn't really polish it off. You can see him there in between horses. He's a chestnut in the blue silks, and he just didn't have that killer instinct down the lane, I would say. He was just running through the motions, finished 3rd, and they put the blinkers on today, trying to get the desired effect like we saw with Geopolitics, where the horse gets more engaged, shows a bit more desire and will to win. I don't want him as the favorite at a short price until he can show me that he can do it. This race is loaded with speed. He's another one that's going to bring early speed to the mix, and I just feel like the dynamics of the race is not going to be too favorable for him. So therefore, I was looking elsewhere.
He's the 5-2 top choice right now. Meanwhile, Spirit Prince, Christophe Clement Barn, he was just 3rd, beat less than a length in a stake at Delaware. That was at a mile and 3/8. He will cut back Sarah today.
He's shown that he's capable of getting these shorter distances, and I think that him being so forward in that race last time was more a function of the distance of that race. A horse that has been consistent, has taken that step forward from 2 to 3, as we often like to see with horses naturally progressing as they age and mature. I kind of wonder if he might, in a way, maybe the known commodity, maybe the horse to beat in some sense regarding who he's faced in the past as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, and Christophe Clement, his trainer, I've ridden for many a times in the past. He trains his horses to run at horses. He likes them to finish and run at a target. And this horse inherited the lead in his last race early because of the dynamics of the race. Long distance, slow pace, he inherited the lead. Today, he's going to have a lot of targets to run at, and I believe that's where he's going to be the most effective.
Well, we know he's going to be plenty fit coming out of that mile and 3/8 race. 3rd off the bench for him as well. Let's go to Mig.
Guys, I'm in agreement here with Rajiv. Raj, I just think the turn back in distance, he's going to get to draft in behind horses, work out a sweet trip, maybe and find that coveted pocket position. He's extremely well turned out. I like the turn back in distance for him. You know, and the Christophe Clement barn got off to a little bit of a slow start, and sometimes barns just go through a little something. Maybe there's just like a little bug going through a barn, nothing serious, but, you know, the horse is just not running up to snuff. It's turned around in a big way. Joel Rosario, also a rider that I I think at times has struggled this meet, but he won the first race. Sometimes it just takes one nice win to kind of just get your confidence going again. We know Joel is, extremely talented, and I just like the 4 a lot for all of those reasons, and the fact that he's as well turned out as he is. Horse that really caught my eye, that not as much in the paddock, but certainly on the racetrack, is the 1 Crystal Quest. Gets a good inside post, going to get to save a lot of ground. He's trained by Mike Trombetta. Mike Trombetta quietly over the number of years, over 2,260 wins in his career. He's based out of Fair Hill. He ships his horses around where he thinks they fit the best. When you're at Fair Hill, you're not beholden to a racing secretary or a racing jurisdiction. You can send your horses where you think they need to go to be competitive. So the fact that he brings this horse up here to Saratoga after a decent run in the Hall of Fame Stakes, I think points him out. And like I said, really stood out once he warmed up on the racetrack. And you get international superstar Lanfranco Dettori in the boot.
Doesn't hurt things. Yeah, Frankie Dettori starting to get quite a few more opportunities here this second half of the meet. And, we talked about it on the show the last couple of days. This is not a one-and-done Saratoga for him. He said, Raj, he expects to be around here for a few summers.
First of all, I want to address this, Mig. You can't call him Lanfranco. He's Frankie. I don't even think his mom calls him Lanfranco. But, yeah, Frankie is, showcasing his ability. I mean, we've seen it on an international scale. A man that's won over 200 Grade 1 races worldwide at the biggest stages, and he still got it. He's won a few stakes here as well this meet.
23 British Classics, swept an entire 7-race card on a big day at Royal Ascot. Mig, he's done quite a bit.
Oh, he's done quite a bit, and that's why I felt compelled to call him Lanfranco, because the 23 Classics. Frankie, you got more respect, man. You see this younger generation. Got to show that respect.
Well done, Mig. We'll see if he can come through here.
Right, sometimes it becomes just that one-word name, like the Mig. Well, Frankie.
Madonna.
Yes.
Frankie.
You really, if you say Frankie in this sport, everybody knows who you're talking about.
Exactly. Yeah. We were treated to that flying dismount just the other day in the Ballston Spa, where he was able to win on the front end for Chad Brown. And I know he's been flirting with retirement on and off and where he will or won't ride, but it's nice to have him here for this summer. And like you said, getting plenty of opportunities for different trainers too.
Post time coming up here for this second. So Frankie on Crystal Quest from the rail at 9-2. As we take a look at the favorite again here. So Green Light, that maiden win, that was a coming out party statement victory.
It was impressive. I mean, he got a 92 Beyer speed figure at Churchill for that effort. Stakes company after that. Now gets a little bit of class relief relative to who he's been facing in his last 2 starts. And when he and the horse that I'm picking on top, Cinderblock, met, he ran a much better race than Cinderblock. But I like the aggressive tactics on the turf as of late with Cinderblock. I can excuse the last race being taken off the turf, and I hope that he is just an improved horse overall, and they have some forward position with him.
Make a case for quite a few here in the second race. It kicks off this pick 4. We had a huge odds-on favorite begin the card. Geopolitics finally coming through after 5 runner-up finishes. Made an equipment change. First time getting the picture taken.
And just like for the jockeys and the connections racing today, I think for the bettors too, of favorite wins, everyone, a lot of people hit that. They get a little confidence going.
Hold, serve, momentum. Ease into the card.
Ease into the card, and but for the dynamics of this race, it's all about the pace. We're going to know a lot going into the first turn, how this race shapes up. If it's going to be that embattled pace like I expect, it's really going to set up for the closers.
Favorite of the 5, Green Light for Rudolph Brissett. Let's go upstairs for the call to Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Awkward jump for Donegal Momentum out of the gate. Spirit Prince broke very smoothly, as did Green Light, who's up to take the lead. Cinderblock 3rd, Donegal Momentum now 4th. Vesting is racing along the hedge. The 2 trailers, Tiffery and Crystal Quest, is at the back of the field. Around the first turn, and it's an easy lead for Green Light and Jose Ortiz showing the way. They have it by about 1.5 lengths as they move on to the back stretch. Cinderblock in 2nd, the opening quarter in 25 seconds flat. Spirit Prince tucked in 3rd, Donegal Momentum is in 4th. Then comes Vesting 5th at this point. 5 lengths off the lead. Another 2 back to Tiffery and Crystal Quest. Continuing down the backstretch, behind Green Light, 2-length advantage. Cinder Block is second, 1.5 lengths. Back to Spirit Prince in third. Then it's Donegal Momentum fourth with 4 lengths to make up. Vesting, Tiffery, another 4 now. Back to Crystal Quest. The half went in 49 and 2 for Green Light. Green Light in front throughout. Cinder Block tries to make a move. Hard ridden second. On the inside, Spirit Prince holding his own in third. Then Donegal Momentum, Tiffery inching up a closer 5th, has 5 to make up. Then Vesting and Crystal Quest, 8 lengths covers the field. They have a 1/4 mile to go, and Green Light is in front. Donegal Momentum trying to take a crack right up alongside, and Donegal Momentum goes right by Green Light, who's trying to respond and is doing so. Donegal Momentum, Green Light not done, fighting bravely. Then Vesting and Spirit Prince. Donegal Momentum, Green Light. Donegal Momentum, here is the line, photo finish. It's a nose bob. Donegal Momentum and Green Light, who would not go away. Vesting took off just a little too late.
Donegal Momentum has been very good on the dirt. Gets on the grass today and gets win number 2.
I mean, this horse didn't break out of the gate and was still able to circle the loose on the lead pace setter and your favorite Green Light. You could tell that he really took to the turf and seemed like he was going to blow by, maybe hanging on horses a little bit, but just much the best in this spot, given the lack of pace.
A horse that has always shown a lot of ability, really transitioned to the turf today, and I don't think he even had that much of a favorable trip after breaking a bit slowly and kind of chasing a slow pace on the outside. But Javier Castellano has him down. There was some contact coming down the lane as these 2 horses, Donegal Momentum and Green Light, pretty much rubbing shoulder to shoulder. More so from the runner-up finish, Green Light. He came out a couple of times and bumped into Donegal Momentum. So I don't expect there to be any change in the order of finish.
If anything, it looked like the 5 did more of the damage there. Who winds up second. Donegal Momentum, 5-1 winner, 9-5-3-4. And you know, this horse is excited to see him back in the dirt because he's talented on the dirt. But this was a nice turf debut.
It was impressive. He didn't get the favorable kind of trip that maybe we anticipated of being forwardly placed. Had to change to plan B after breaking a little bit slow out of the gate. And I agree. I think that the contact was sort of initiated repeatedly by Green Light, who ended up finishing second. Just really much the best in this spot.
This is what it feels like to win any kind of race at Saratoga. Yes, well done, part of the Tom Morley team. 5-1 win here in this turf debut.
I mean, and the options are so wide open for this horse because I'm not sure that he isn't as good on the dirt as he is on the turf today. His turf debut was great. He won. However, you know, he's run really fast on the dirt as well. And if you disregard his last race, it was a graded stakes event in the Grade 2 Amsterdam where he was 4th. This is a really good racehorse.
Objection lodged. We did take a look at the head-on. It didn't look like there was a whole lot there, but this is going to go up to the stewards now.
So in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Sprint, I rode a horse that I came up the rail on high tail, and the jockey on the lead, Patrick Valenzuela, he came in and bumped me. And when I got on the phone, I told the steward, I said, I think he robbed the bank and then called the cops. This is the same kind of situation here. I think Jose Ortiz is the initiator. He's taking a shot, but essentially, he's at fault.
I think it's worth taking a look at. Clearly, there was some contact, but I think that the claim of foul by the horse who caused the fouling, I'm with you, is a little bit unjust in this spot and unlikely to result in a change, but you never know. I think it's worth taking a peek at.
We all think seem more at fault. The runner-up here, Lodge's objection. Mig, what did you see?
What I saw is the 5-horse Green Light came out under Jose Ortiz 3 different times. Javier Castellano held a perfect line with Donegal Momentum, who was decidedly best. He made this eye-catching move around the far turn, and there was no pace on whatsoever. Look, right here, 5 came out, leaned into him. Comes out again a little further on. And what happens is it turns the outside horse in. You know, think about like an 18-wheeler, right? You hit them in the back, it's going to turn them in. It was all the inside horse, and maybe Jose thought he had a green light.
Yo. He's definitely Jose Ortiz robbed the bank and called the cops on himself. He might be the one that facing any kind of rebuttal after this.
Oh, look, he's taking a shot. I mean, you probably in your career taking a shot when you knew.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him to take a shot because here's why. There's no repercussions for him really if he doesn't. He's got nothing to lose. If the stewards see it anyway objectively and they make a change, and he's got something to win.
Did you ever do this? Take a shot like that. You knew that it wasn't probably going to work out for you, and it actually did?
I 100% of the time takes the shot, but 0% of the time it worked out for me. There was one day that it actually was an unfavorable situation for me. Kent the Stormer claimed foul against me in the Judmount Spinster on Mushka, and I won with proviso, and I got DQ'd. It was the worst change ever. He took a shot. He took a shot, and they made a change. It was a horrible call, and I lost a Grade 1 race for it, and he got put up. So you have to take the shots.
There's Tom Morley waiting to see if this result will stand. After looking at that head-on, it seems like it will, but
I cannot believe it's taken this long. That means they're actually even considering it. That to me is just absurd. But
well, they're going to do their due diligence. It has been posted. They got to talk to both the riders, get their input. 3 stewards have to make their cases as well.
But that's another thing. As a former jockey, I don't even know why jockeys are on the phone talking to stewards. Like, the stewards are there to look at it and make a decision. All the jockeys, why are the jockeys there influencing that decision? I don't agree with that. They're hired to do a job, and they should look at it, and they should be able to make that decision based on what they see. Unless, take the stewards away and make the jockeys make the decision then.
I did nothing wrong.
Most of these riders would try and take the case for themselves.
Yeah.
Take one more look. It is Jose Ortiz who lodged his objection. Blue cap on the inside. It's Javier Castellano, your eventual winner, and the green cap on the outside. And no change has just been announced. Disallowed. 9-5-3-4 result will stand. Donegal momentum. And now they can celebrate, get that picture taken.
Yeah, a horse that really ran the best race overall. And it seemed like to all of us this was an easy call to make. They took their time with it, but it seems like they made the fair choice, in my opinion. And I agree with you. Jockeys should not have the say.
Well, this was an absolute no-brainer. Like, the number 5 was the one that made the contact, so.
9-5-3-4 finish. When we come back, well, they used to be former teammates. Then one became a Met, one became a Philly. This has the recipe to end bad. Paulie and Jason Worth reminisce when we come back.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage. Respect. Integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. the soul of racing.
Back on DraftKings Travers Saturday here at historic Saratoga Racecourse. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Minor drama in this second race on the card. Objection disallowed, and Donegal Momentum, first time on the grass. Winning performance. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And Javier, Donegal Momentum, you got him covered up into the first turn. It looked like he settled nicely. Not a lot of pace on him, but boy, he had some turn of foot around the far turn.
He really did, Rich. I like the way he did it today. He's been very buggy a little bit the last two races, and I think if we figured it out, different surface, different ground, I think he appreciated more the way he did it today and the race. He got plenty of speed, but our goal is covered up a little bit. First time he go to turn, that's my concern a little bit. But I really like it with his slow pace, like you say. It's relaxed in the backside, and the way he kick is so powerful kick in the end. I really like it.
Now, there was an objection. It appeared to me like the 5-horse green light was coming out into you, and you held a pretty straight line. What's that conversation like with the stewards?
Well, you have to explain a little bit what's going on. They ask the question, somebody claim foul to you. My point B is I keep it my course, I keep it straight the horse, I hold my ground, my line a little bit. I'm really disappointed the jockey, he claimed foul because it seemed to me the inside horse, he hit a left hand, he come out all the way, he bumping my horse sideways. Seemed to me like, I think it was pretty fair, very obvious, but I understand the game is part of the game, but I just explained to the student what happened in the course. You can see I hold my ground, and thank God everything, it was a great result.
Well, always great to get off to a good start. You had 11 mounts today, 1 scratch, 10 mounts. It's a busy day, but the Travers, and you are Mr. Travers. 7 Travers wins, corporate power. Good runner-up last time in the Curlin. What kind of trip are you looking for, and can you get number 8?
It seemed to me a lot of speed in the race, the way he developed the race. I think it seemed to me my horse is off the pace, come from my hind horse. I think the key today was the little extra mile. In the Curlin State race, it was my NA today. Try my core, he's gonna appreciate more the distance, he's gonna appreciate the dynamic, the race the last time to this time. Now it seemed to me more speed in the race. The last time I had to chase it, the whole the front runner to try to make the race, to win the race like a match race. I don't think in my hurry like that. I think with a little more pace, a little extra distance, I think he's gonna get it done today.
Javier, best of luck looking for number 8. Nobody knows their way around Saratoga Racecourse, particularly at 10 furlongs than Javier.
Maybe. Hey.
Added another 1.25 mile win earlier in the meet. In the Alabama as well. Race that he's won now 4 times. See if he can get an 8th Travers later today on Corporate Power. Gets the win here with Donegal Momentum.
Perfectly timed ride. You know, it didn't go ideal for him leaving the gate. A horse that looked like he had more speed on paper, but Javier just kind of called an audible, pivoted to stalking the pace. This horse really finished it up.
That was closer than I thought, seeing that photo.
It really seemed like Donegal Momentum was going right by green light, but they really did battle down the lane as we saw in that head-on replay, some exchanging of paint. And look, this horse really took to the turf, overcame a tough trip as well.
Let's stretch out, go a little bit longer on the grass in this next start. Mild 3/8, starter optional claiming field. And it's topic changer, Mike Maker, Tyler Gaffleone, current 5-2 favorite here.
A horse that's just having, or a trainer rather, that's having a sensational meet and jockey as well and can handle the distance.
Raj, you're going to leave us for a bit. We're going to bring in Paula Duca here momentarily. What can you tell us about the big one?
Well, they told me I don't have to go home, but I can't stay here on set with you guys, unfortunately. But for the big race, fierceness is the horse to beat. And, you know, sometimes people want to look into things and start.
Weight break, but she's just a really consistent sort of hard-knocking runner. Miles with smiles. She's had 3 wins, 3 seconds, and 9 thirds. So even if she can't beat the boys in this group, I think you've definitely got to use her somewhere.
Plenty of notes here, Crystal, in this race. Real sensation. I want to tell you that Frank Paolucci has done a really good job with this gelding. He's
been yet to been able to back up back-to-back big races. As a result, right now, early on wagering, he is a big price. Paula Duca going to step in for Raj here after a timeout. We'll talk Alan Jerkins to come. Book 'em, Dano. trying to add another Grade 1 win against a loaded field after passing on Charlestown.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere Gator XUV 835M. Not because of the spacious cargo box.
We're always picking up rocks out in the field, and the hydraulic bed has been really nice.
Or because it can tackle any terrain.
It can handle anything.
Not even because it tows up to 4,000 pounds.
We can pull things around easily.
You just have to get in the seat, because something about being this productive just makes you smile.
It's made life a lot easier.
Learn more at johndeere.com/get-in-the-seat.
Hey race fans, I'm Fox Weather meteorologist Jane Minar, and this is your Fox Weather Risk of Weather Impact Report for Saratoga Live. It's Travers Day, so we've got big races all day long. Let's go through the forecast for races at Saratoga Racecourse, most notably the DraftKings Travers Stakes at 6:10 p.m. with a $1.25 million purse. Plenty of sunshine all day long. Temperatures starting off in the afternoon around the 80-degree mark, falling into the mid-70s through the evening. Anytime you need a forecast before you catch a race, check us out at foxweather.tv. Always on, always free.
Thank you for that. Even the clouds are going to magically disappear right before the Travers. Like to see that. Terrific weather report on the day of all days at this meet, where we want good weather with the big one to come in this 3-year-old division. Joining us on set, Greg Wolf, Sarah Bodway, and we bring in 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. Good to see you, Paulie.
Good to see you guys too. Happy Travers Day.
To you as well. Got so much good stuff coming up, including very big one in the Alan Jerkins and the New Jersey bred. Can he keep things going? Book him, Dano.
Well, he was impressive last time out, right, Sarah, from the 1 hole. I think he gets a better draw, obviously being in the 8 hole, but this is a tougher field than he faced last time.
It is, but I think there's a little less pace in this race than there was in the last start, and that could help him. A horse that was forward into that race more so than Prince of Monaco, who was really running him down late, as well as Nutella Fella, and I think that maybe that helps him along in this race. Tougher company, though. He's going to have to step up and run his A race, and it was a very slim margin of victory last time out.
Yeah, and you know, I think you, Greg, as well, and I think a lot of people as well, I think Prince of Monaco might end up as your favorite because a lot of trip handicappers are going to watch this trip said he was getting to Bookham Dano at the end of the race after not braking well.
Off an 8-month layoff as well.
True. But to win that race from the 1 hole is tough. Now drawing to the 8 hole. And like I said, when I had talked to Derek Ryan when I was at Monmouth, he basically told me, I'll buy you dinner for the rest of the meet if the horse loses.
This race?
The race before.
Oh, okay.
And so that's how well the horse was doing. So now they were going to go to Charlestown and probably get an easier ride. Why would they come here?
Well, a couple things. I mean, obviously this is a much
tougher spot,
more prestigious spot, but that was a 2-turn race as well.
You don't think you could have handled it though?
Don't you want to do what you know?
Well, you almost beat the horse that won the Derby.
I mean, looking at who he's faced overall in his career, they're not afraid to take a shot against some of the top-level competition. I think winning another Grade 1 here at Saratoga, it holds a little bit more in terms of weight rather than going over to shipping to somewhere he hasn't run before and trying to get that 2 turns.
Would have been a heavy favorite there. Going to be a much more difficult task here, but certainly shows he's up to the task of handling big-time company with that win in the Woody Stevens. Jefferson Street. This is a horse who, and world record in here, just freaky performance on a track that may have aided him a little bit. Jefferson Street had a race back that might be the fastest of anyone in this field.
I think that they kind of flip-flopped in which horse was really on the best part of the racetrack. World record got it in this Amsterdam, able to win convincingly, career best effort for him. Jefferson Street, though, he had that race 2 back with the racetrack. They're both probably somewhere in between, but Timberlake ran very well in the Haskell to finish 3rd in that last start, and we already knew he was that good 2-year-old, a Grade 1 winner in the Champagne here, and has that tactical ability as well.
What do you think, Paulie? Cutting back in distance, obviously he's shown he's super talented.
Well, he's confusing, right? Because when he was at Oaklawn, Brad had already said, hey, listen, we're not going on the Derby trail, we're going to cut him back. But then they went long again. I don't know if that was more of an owner's choice or was more Brad's choice. I think this now is more Brad's choice, cutting back in distance. But now you're cutting back in distance against some pretty nice horses. And that's even Speakeasy. We're not even talking about either. I mean, there's some really nice horses in this race. So I'm kind of with Sarah. I do not know what to do with that horse, to be honest with you. But I'll tell you what.
I do will be aboard.
I do
5 to 1 morning line.
Jefferson Street is going to be very, very live today.
He has the fastest race of anyone ever that they've ever run in the field. We'll see if he can reproduce it. Jefferson Street is 12 to 1 morning line. It did come at this track too on that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival as we move along with race 3 now approaching the 7-minute mark to post. Mile and 3/8 inner turf. It's still the 3 favored right now at 5-2. Topic changer for the Mike Maker barn, who Mike Maker has not let up. 21 wins and alone in 2nd in the standings.
It's been incredible. He's been able to really spot his horses effectively, turf, dirt, even winning with a couple of first-time starters, and that's not a move that he's known for, just bringing the right horses to be successful at the meet. And Topic Changer, you know he can handle the distance of this race.
What a meet it's been. We talked about it a little bit. Flavien Prat is going to give a chase to the all-time record for stakes wins at this meet. And he did it again in the Purcell Ensign yesterday. Got to take advantage of just a supersonic pace up front between 2 superstars.
It was. Idiomatic was able to put away Randomized. She won the battle, but she did not win the war. And Flavien Prat just sitting in the right spot. You kind of are just thinking, if you have Idiomatic right here, Sarah, you're just either yelling, build a wall or wire, please, because you could just see Flavien's got a ton of momentum with the Raging Sea.
Yeah, Raging Sea, a horse that had been on the improve, run some fast races, and clearly Flavien Prat going for that record of most graded stakes victories at Saratoga.
12 and counting.
Quite a few.
15's the record. 3 have done it. Running short on time, but he's going to have a shot at it.
Well, right now, if you look at the live betting, Sierra Leone is your favorite in the Travers.
Let's get to our post parade for the 3rd, Lord Flincher, and here is Prat riding for Kerry Bryan.
This horse is consistent, but he consistently has the propensity to run 2nd, 1 for 24, 8 seconds.
Norm Cassie barn. We'll have Jose Ortiz on Kerouac.
Yeah, the Norm Cassie barn's just been on fire. I mean, the Mark Cassie barn, but Norm's had some good horses run here.
Here's Tyler Gaffleone for Mike Maker, Topic Changer.
A horse that had some success over hurdles going over 2 miles. Now he's getting a little less distance.
Source beat a length last start on the grass. Ricardo Santana Jr. back aboard.
Yeah, we've been talking about Horacio De Paz, who's been having a phenomenal meet.
Frontman has Manny Franco aboard.
A horse that can be forward in this race, a little bumping out of the gate. He's had some good races that would put him in the mix.
It's a big test for Impulsive Spending coming off a low-level maiden claiming win.
Yeah, 1 over 13 and finally broke through. Maybe the light bulb will go on. Maybe this horse could run up for second, third, or fourth.
American Grant as Dylan Davis for Bruce Brown.
He's got a chance, a horse that is a bit of a price right now and ran okay, deceptively so, while wide in those last 2 starts.
He will be far back early. We know that. Debate 13-1, Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, Michelle Julio has been having another good meet, and she took this one off Linda Rice, put blinkers on, and was not bad last time out.
First time on the turf for that horse, right off Jerry as the meet's leading rider.
Taking a step up in class a bit, a horse that was placed first through a disqualification last time over barnstorming, but really has taken to the grass in the past and now as well.
And first time on the turf, rider change Omar Hernandez Moreno on Painter's Prodigy.
This is my long bomb that can hit the board here, 39-1. I've been saying this a lot. I honestly think that Omar Moreno, he's done a good job riding horses. He saves ground. And when he has a big long shot, he'll try to hit the board. I think the 10 can hit the board in this spot.
Tough post. We'll see if he's able to save some ground from that far outside post here. Pick 5. Mandatory payout. Pick 5 begins in this race coming up. With Naira Bets, you can get track stats, weekly track trends, stats, betting insights, all of it. Right there, just for playing with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, get signed up, started, and get those track stats. Hopefully, to help you build that bank account as we go back to Lord Flincher. Flavien Prat immediately where he wants to be to save ground from the inside post.
This horse has been the model of consistency throughout his career, and while he hasn't run quite as quickly or as well over his last 2 starts, he has a horse that has been getting into form as time goes on. He's really able to build that fitness, and something we've seen from him in the past, and he's a little wide here. He's not disgracing himself by finishing second in this spot, and look, he's just a horse you can rely on, but not necessarily to win, Paul.
You're 100% right. Hey, listen, I cannot buy into this horse at 7-2. Flavien can pull miracles. I get it. But this horse is 0 for 9 in the last 2 years, 0 for 7 here at Saratoga. That would be a miracle if this horse wins, especially at 7-2.
3-1. On this run, as we take a look at Pratt's mounts for the rest of the day, some big ones still to come. Silver Knot, the proven horse at the distance in that Sword Dancer. Mulligan, 8-5 morning line favorite. In the 4-go, he's got Domestic Product, who it seems like there's a lot of love for Domestic Product in that Alan Jerkins, who really only has 1 race that I thought put him in the mix with that group. What did you two think?
I think that some really thought that he was going to really become that one-turn horse, a horse that excelled with those shorter distances. I don't know how good he is. He runs his last race, major player, but who did he really beat in that last start in comparison to who he's going to be facing today?
3 rivals in a race at Aqueduct. We'll see if he can move forward off that, and of course he'll be on Sierra Leone a little bit later on, this is his big chance to finally get it done.
And I know we're like for stakes races, but also when it comes to whatever, the 14 in the last race is going to be a favorite, probably.
He's hoping to get a couple big ones before that, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe.
2 minutes to post in this third. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, kind of a racing oddity here, right? The 1 3/8 distance. No horse in this race has actually raced over 1 3/8. You've got a couple that have run a few miles over fences and further distances. But when I'm looking at horses, I'm always looking for a particular type. Now, the one, Lord Flincher, he's not a winning profile, 1 win, 8 seconds, but he gets a great post because it's 3-turn race. He's drawn inside. You get Flavien Prat, who it just to me is such a well-rounded rider. And we know Kerry Bryan is so good at getting horses ready to go these elongated distances. I think he's a bit interesting. The 2 Kerouac was eased last time in a 1.25 mile dirt race. Now comes here on the turf. He's had some synthetic form, 1 try on turf. But honestly, from a physical perspective, he is a horse that I think will really handle the 1 3 furlongs extremely well. And then my top selection will be the 8, Debate. I don't know what took him so long to put this horse on the grass. If I ever saw a horse conform like a grass horse before, it is number 8, Debate. He's got that big, wide, flat foot, those slacker pasterns that Maggie always talks about. Could not be better turned out. I am bullish about number 8, Debate.
All right, Megan, you are getting a number 13-1 right now. Kendra Carmouche, Michelle Giangulio, and start number 16 finally getting on the grass.
There's been plenty of time to get this horse over to this surface, and certainly has the pedigree to be able to handle it. If this horse does take to it, could be one that is involved in some of these earlier fractions, because he's been consistent enough on the dirt that you think class-wise, if he makes that transfer, he might stack up.
Yeah. You know, he's been in 2 good barns. Tom Drury, very good trainer out in the Midwest. So is obviously Linda. But they're also 2 trainers that aren't turf first. And maybe Michelle was thinking, hey, this horse has got some turf pedigree. Listen, Arch on the bottom side, he won the Super Derby at 1.25 miles, so distance, and he was very good turf influence. So I could see where Mig's going here. And the horse improved going on distance to ground, which sounds about right considering Arch on the bottom side. So if the horse takes to the turf, 12-1's a nice price.
You brought up Tom Drury. He originally had Art Collector.
Yes.
Won the Bluegrass, beat Kenny McPeek's Swiss Skydiver in that race. And then Kenny McPeek said, we went a little too fast and tried to chase too early, wanted to slow things down a little bit, and worked, certainly winning the Alabama and then beating the boys in another try in the Preakness.
Yeah.
Yeah, great filly, and really looking to have another one, bring up that history, bring up that ability to face the boys, and just really prove where does she belong class-wise, and how much so has she improved since last year.
Lord Flincher, there is Flavian Pratt. He's really the only man with a chance to try and catch the meet's leading rider, Arad Ortiz Jr. 33 wins, 6 back entering today. We showed you the list of his mounts. He has so many big chances this afternoon, including one coming up here, but the favorite throughout, it has been the 3. Topic changer, Tyler Gaffleone for Mike Maker. There's topic changer stepping in. Let's go upstairs. Here's Frank Miramati.
Last few left to load. Right off Jerry coming up. 2 more. Front man with the red blinkers on. Painter's Prodigy to the outside. Goes in. Ready for the 1 3/8 journey. They're in the gate. And they're off. It's a quick start for frontman. Lord Flincher came away in good order along the inside, but it's Kerouac who's faster than both, so Kerouac will lead the way over frontman. Then comes Impulsive Spending in the green colors. Lord Flincher is down on the inside, 4 lengths off the lead. On the extreme outside, moving into contention, is Painter's Prodigy while going wide around that first turn. So they're into the stretch for the first time at a very leisurely gallop for Kerouac. Kerouac trying to go as slow as possible, has it by about 1.5 lengths with a little more than a lap to go. Frontman is in second, Lord Flincher third, and then it's Painter's Prodigy on the outside of them in fourth. Topic Changer is settled comfortably mid-pack in fifth. Racing on the inside of Addicted to You. It's another 2 back to Impulsive Spending, who's outside of Right Off Jerry. Then a break of 4 to the 2 trailers, Debate and American Grant is at the back. The opening half went in 49 seconds flat. And it's Kerouac carving out the fractions, left alone on the front end, frontman in second. Down on the inside, Lord Flincher is a close third still, just 2.5 or so off the lead with that long run down the back stretch. Painter's Prodigy is next, followed by Topic Changer, who continues to race about 5 lengths off the lead. It's 2 more then, back to Addicted to You, who has lost a couple of spots. Right Off Jerry is down on the rail. Then it's Impulsive Spending toward the back of the field. The 2 trailers remain Debate and American Grant. 6 furlongs in 1 minute 14 2/5 seconds for Kerouac, who takes him into the far turn in front of Frontman and Lord Flincher. They've been 1, 2, 3 pretty much throughout, as Topic Changer now tries to make a move. He's called on in between horses. Fourth, has 4 to make up on this loose leader, Kerouac. Kerouac coming to the top of the stretch, trying to pull away from them. Lord Flincher, though, is coming after him with a furlong left to go. These are the 2 as they come to the 16th pole. Lord Flincher or Kerouac. Lord Flincher wanders wide while making good ground on Kerouac. Lord Flincher is up to take the lead. In behind them comes Topic Changer and right off Jerry. Lord Flincher, a beautiful trip under Flavien Prat to get the money. It's a very tight photo for second indeed between Topic Changer and right off Jerry. On the scene late was American Grant.
6-year-old Lord Flincher, 34th win of the meet for Flavien Prat, the win here in the third.
Hey, if you like horses at short prices that have the consistency but haven't gotten the wins, today is the day for you so far with Geopolitics. And now Lord Flincher getting the victory over Kerouac, and just another masterful ride by Flavien Prat, saving ground, angling out, and getting this horse to finish the job.
Yeah, I mean, like, 1 for 24 a lifetime and one like a good thing. I tell you what, Flavien just does different things with horses and gets them to run. The two got an easy lead around the racetrack. And, you know, he got past late. There was a really close spot between the inside horse there and the gray, the 9 for second. But no doubt about your winner for a horse that's only got one win. He looked like he's won 4 or 5 times.
Goes off second choice, wins this one easy, and Kerouac winds up out of the money now in this spot after it looked like he was in pretty good position mid-stretch.
Yeah, you see there's the one right there. I'm trying to see the horse was in between Sarah, the 9, the gray. That was vying for second.
He made a big move around the turn.
Was that the 7? That was the 7. That's who that was.
American Grant?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, this horse, you would not think that he was a horse that had that propensity to run underneath in his races. It seemed like he was always in the position to be successful in this spot. And Kerouac, he got away with a nice, easy lead, not able to hold on.
It was the 3 that was in between horses. And here's the other thing, you know, I knocked this horse saying the horse is 1 for 24, right, Greg? But the horse had never been this distance. So now, is this horse now like, did he love this distance? And that maybe got him across the line for the second time.
Yeah, one of the best finishes for him, too. It had been at a 1.5 miles. Now he wins at a 1 3/8. And as Sarah pointed out, a couple of horses who had big-time second-itis get over the hump today with Geopolitics to get his first win in the opener. Now Lord Flincher with his second win in 25 starts after 8 runner-up finishes.
Flavien Prat trying to make that jockey race a little bit closer as well with I Rider Cheese Jr. gets another one.
5 back now.
5 back?
34 wins.
I think Flavien was sniffing. Ooh, Tyler's leaving? Let me make my run.
So 1-9-3-2. Carrie Bryan does most of her work. Horse is going over the jumps, but a lot of success with some flat runners as well. Parkland Thoroughbreds owns this 6-year-old who wins for just the second time in 25 starts. 3-1 on Lord Flincher. Prices from this one when we come back. Not just the Travers, 4 other grade ones on the card today, including Mulliken, favorite in the forego, where he'll try to make it 4 consecutive victories in a loaded group. Can Prat add another stakes victory?
The classic looks of a 2-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
It's By My Standards and spinoff By My Standards to win the Louisiana Derby. By My Standards has won the Women's Classic by 4.
By My Standards wins the Oaklawn Handicap. By My Standards attack. Rushy By My Standards to the wire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Great to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 DraftKings Travers Saturday coverage. Fans trying to root one home here in the third. And those coveted picnic tables.
Everybody's got a different route, right? You got the jumper, we got the snapper over there. But when you win, you usually, you jump for joy, right?
I mean, what's your go-to?
My go-to is,
You've broken a couple of our desks rooting. You realize that, right?
Smashing desks? That's
no,
the go-to.
no, I'm more here.
Let's
yeah,
go.
I'm more whipping. Yeah.
Well, he's not only chasing a meet title, he's chasing the all-time record for stakes wins at this meet as well. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And, we've been talking, Flavien, about all your stake success here. But this ride here, to me, just embodies why you've been so successful. You saved every inch of ground. You had him switched off, moving comfortably, and timed your run perfectly. First time you ever rode this horse, too. How do you prepare to ride a horse that has one win, 8 seconds?
Yeah, I mean, just watching replay, I think the distance was the key today. And we had a good draw, so I was able to, get full advantage of it. And we traveled well all the way around. And then when I tip him out, he responded properly.
Now today you ride 11 races. You've got to be so fit to ride 11, but you ride a lot of good horses today. How important is it to win early on a card like this and kind of get in that rhythm?
Yeah, I mean, it's always good. It's always good to start the right way. But I mean, it's going to be a long day. We'll just try to focus on each race and we'll go from there.
I know you got to take it one at a time, but I'm going to bring you forward to the Sword Dancer. Not a lot of pace in a 1.5 mile race. It's you and the other Godolphin horse. You both have some speed. Where do you think you'll wind up early?
I would imagine it depends on the break. But yeah, I mean, Silverknight is usually for early place. I mean, he won on the lead, he won right off the pace, so, I'm outside. I'll try to get a clean break and see what happened going into the first turn, basically.
Best of luck the rest of the day. Well done.
Thank you.
Guys, he does everything so well, and I asked him about thinking about that stakes record, and he said, I don't want to think about it. That's why I didn't ask about it. I know riders, I know myself, I could be a little superstitious. Didn't want to put that kind of pressure on him.
Look, if it happens, it happens. He's just, every race, he's focused, and he just makes so many great decisions time after time.
He does on both surfaces. He's phenomenal on turf. There's just no doubt about it. As you see Lord Flincher going in the winner's circle. And, when you go back and you kind of miss on a horse, you always want to go back through the PP. So what did we miss? The distance. And you made a great assessment. Kerry Bryant works with jumpers, so the distance is never going to be an issue, and Lord Flincher showed it today, Sarah.
That's a great point. I mean, great ride aside. This is a horse that we know his trainer excels at getting horses to be able to handle those marathon distances, and maybe he just needed a little bit more ground to work with to get over that second-itis.
And let's just clarify, we didn't miss, you missed.
I missed, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah.
I missed as well. Maybe you had, Greg, but...
Greg.
Greg's like, I had it. I was good.
Mile distance coming up in this allowance optional claiming race next. Can't hush this. 7 of 5. We'll see if Arad Ortiz Jr. can answer after Pratt gets a little bit closer in the last race.
I mean, a horse that is likely going to go off as your favorite. Plenty of background credentials coming in. Mike Maker, we've talked about the sensational Saratoga meet that he's been having, and a horse that is likely to have some forward position as well.
Yeah, and the wild card horse in this race is Jace's Road, right, for Brad Cox. Been off for a while, gets Lasix, obviously a quality racehorse. What do you do with that horse? And then Arrow Smash after the bad beginning last time is a major player.
Let's jump ahead, talk to another big mount Flavien Prat has, a chance for his 13th stakes winner of the meet in the Grade 1 Forgo. He'll be on the 8-5 morning line favorite in Mulliken who has put together 3 consecutive wins, and that neighborhood was big. That was his first graded stakes win, Sarah.
This horse has just gotten good as of late. He's really improved over his last 3 races and winning with that 102 Beyer speed figure in that last start over the very consistent Coastal Mission. 90% Maddie's a horse that's run well when hitting the board this year. In addition, I think this is a tougher group than he's been facing over his last couple of races, but you cannot deny that he is in just raging form right now.
Yeah, he is. And he's reaching out, too. You could just tell he's the type of horse. I love horses when they're reaching out with their head. I understand he's a little bit high-headed towards the wire there, but he's giving everything that he has. And he's a son of Violence. Violence was a monster 2-year-old. It was unfortunate we didn't get to see him race as a 3-year-old, but this horse has been working great guns for Rudy Brissett in the mornings at Keeneland.
Pratt will be aboard. This is a good group. He's the H5 morning line favorite. He's been very consistent of late. He's been, first or second, 7 of his 8 career starts as well. But a horse he's got to deal with, among others, who's already a Grade 1 winner at this distance. That is Gun Pilot from the inside.
And this is a fun division because we don't have that standout superstar really coming in. So you get these more competitive races and more horses that are willing to take a shot. I thought this was a sensational performance from Gun Pilot. And while he didn't necessarily back it up in the True North, maybe against the racetrack a little bit over that Belmont Stakes at Saratoga weekend, Baby Yoda able to get the victory that day. But who is the real Gun Pilot? And he's going to be a short price today to find out. Where does he really fall between those last 2 races?
Kind of true. And gets the rail. Not an advantageous position. And let's be honest, Steve's not having the same meat Asmussen, the trainer, that he's used to having. And I get it. Gun Pilot is probably the horse to beat in there. Mulligan, I thought, had a good shot. And the outside horse, the 8. I mean, Cagliostro is getting better and better. And he's the type of horse that's a bigger horse that took a little time to get a little bit better and better.
Where do you wind up in that race?
I landed on Cagliostro. I think Mulligan's going to be really tough to beat. I just think for Gun Pilot to be out of the rail, going to have to push out of there, then pass Mulligan, and I would think Cagliostro's going to be on the outside. That's going to be a lot to do.
Sarah, what about you?
I went to Angkor. I think that he has been one that's been knocking heads with some of the horses on the East Coast that are on the top of the division overall, and I think that maybe he can rebound after that second place finish to close the game. Sugar, who has gotten very good as of late.
All right, well, that's the Forgo Grade 1, race 11, 4:55 Eastern start time on this tremendous Saturday. One of the great days of racing in our sport, cross country pick 5. We'll start with the Ballerina, and best filly and mare sprinter in the country right now, Vava, will get another tough test. Includes the sorority stakes from Monmouth, and then the Forgo, Alan Jerkins, and DraftKings Travers. It kicks off at 4:20 Eastern time. And speaking of that Ballerina, to begin things, we'll see if Vava can do it again. For Cherie DeVoe, trying to win her 3rd straight Grade 1 winner at this distance already. She won that Derby City Distaff back in early May. She's the even money favorite with the meet's leading rider, Arad Ortiz Jr. aboard. We'll have a preview when we come back.
Volatile, winner of the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, is the sire of 2 promising first-crop 2-year-olds. In Saratoga Maiden's special weight winner, Reliable Source, who will make her start next in the Grade 1 Spinaway.
And scores by 2.5.
And first out winner, Incentive Pay, a $315,000 yearling, who will make his next start in the Grade 1 Hopeful. Look for yearlings by Volatile at the upcoming Keeneland September sale.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo! In Italian to win it.
Big F has won.
And it will be McCulloch. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Victoria Road. Digital Age. And Pearl.
State of Rest. Newspaper of record.
Gets no bigger than this. DraftKings Travers Saturday at the most historic, certainly racing venue, one of the most historic venues in all of sports here at Saratoga. And these types of races go a long way in determining championships, stamping legends. We'll see who steps up with 5 grade 1s to come and their respective divisions ahead. We're up to race 4. Mile distance here. We're 13 minutes away in this allowance optional claiming field. And we welcome in for the first time today, Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, and happy Travers Day to everybody, as this is a very intriguing race, and we'll talk about a couple of the main players here saving the big long shot, or I should say layoff runner, Jason's Road for trackside. But talking about the 2, Aero Smash, who, as Paul mentioned, had a pretty tough break last time out when going the 7 furlongs, and then just never really seemed to be able to re-rally after that, breaking out at the start in there and really fading badly late. Now, it does stretch out to the mile today, which I certainly have no problem with. Broke his maiden here at Saratoga going a mile, and he has that lovely long stride of the Arrogate progeny, though he's not the biggest, as typically the sons and daughters of Arrogate do have a lot of size and length, especially to their frames. I think the 7/8 to a mile is the perfect spot for him. He's been very sharp, energetic here in the paddock, as he always is. The front wraps do go back on, but that's something that Phil Bauer uses with a lot of his runners. So he's everything that you'd want to see, and I do think we're going to see a better performance from him. That last race kind of an anomaly. The number 6, though, Can't Hush This, taking quite a bit of attention for the very dangerous team of Mike Maker and Flying P Stables, as this one was claimed 2 starts back, then last time out ran at Ellis. Now, I don't love horses that hit the front, take over the lead, and then get caught late, as he did. But that said, this is a horse that is overall very consistent to his 5 wins. He also has 5 seconds and 3 thirds, so one who recently, at least, has not been the most winning type, but I thought it was a solid performance last time, and he too very sharp here in the paddock right from the get-go, has been really on his toes. He's all dappled out. I'm not familiar with him, so I don't know if this level of energy is normal, but he looks like he has run on his mind as well. I think what we saw in the last race, certainly the mile is no problem, but hopefully if he hits the front today, he'll be able to sustain it. The number 4, Costa Terra, will turn back in distance a bit for Linda Rice. Excuse me, one that has recently been running much longer, did finish 3rd 2 starts back when going 7/8, and I'm wondering if we are going to see a better performance with him cutting back. He's one that doesn't get out of the gate well, tends to kind of drop back, and broke slowly last time out, and you could see, even though he was second best to Power Seeker, who's been in good form, kind of had his head turned out in the stretch. That's something that he will do often, whether it's trying to lug in, having his head cocked out, hanging on his inside lead. He kind of has those bad habits late. He's one that typically does get warm in the preliminaries. He's pretty quiet and relaxed right now in the paddock. I'll keep my eyes on him, but just from the way that he's built, shorter might actually be a little bit better for him. The big thing with him, though, is going to be focus on the task at hand throughout the running of the race. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. 5-1 Costa Terra right now. There's Linda Rice talking strategy over with Jose Ortiz. It was last year at this meet, the most dramatic way possible to tie for leading trainer in the very last race run.
I mean, down to the wire, right?
Wow. Ballerina, we were talking about Vava going to break, and Arad Ortiz Jr. will have the mount. Best filly and mare sprinter right now in the land. Can she stay there after this Ballerina? Let's go back to the Grade 3 Chicago, where she beat a couple rivals she'll face again today, Sarah.
She's just been so good over her last couple of starts and really stepped it up from a figure standpoint in terms of her Beyer speed figure over those last 4 races, really gotten faster and able to be a little bit more forwardly placed than some of the horses that she's going to be facing again today, like Positano Sunset, who's trying to close after her in here. And I mean, look, she's the leader of the division. I think she stamps herself as the horse that is going to be one to be reckoned with going forwards in the filly and mare sprinters.
Loves this distance too.
No, she does, and she's a very, very good horse. Cherie DeVaux's done some amazing stuff with Vava. You know, she's 6 for 13 lifetime. When it comes to the sprint division, I'm with Sarah. Now, the 5 backing up in distance for Bill Ma, Celia is an interesting horse. Now, I do heard a lot of people saying, well, this horse went out to California and then came back. Was Churchill Downs the Del Mar? Well, this horse got run down by an absolute monster. I mean, listen, I saw Dare Manor at Oaklawn. She is physically bigger than every mare in America, and she is going to win the Breeders' Cup Distaff unless something else happens abnormally. So I think the cutback in distance, and here's the thing, who are we to question Bill Mott? I think she's going to be ready, and she's her main competition by far.
One of the all-time greats. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I'm happy to be here joined by West Point Thoroughbreds, Jason Blewett. And Jason, just like all times, of course, Jason and I used to work together down at Gulfstream Park, but here with West Point, and a big day for the team ahead, starting off with Jace's Road. First start in a while. What can you tell us about him?
Well, we're happy to have him back. I will always have a soft spot for him for getting us to the Derby back in 2023. He looks great. I spoke with Brad Cox, though, yesterday, and he's like, look, I'm happy to have him in Saratoga, but I think he's probably going to need a race. So that's kind of the mission here, get a good, solid effort under his belt, and we'll move on from there. But it's great having two in on Travers Day.
And some great insight, and as you mentioned, a big day for Travers Day, namely co-owners of Vava coming up, and she has just been such a queen, really, of the filly mare sprint division.
Oh, she is one of my loves. I stopped by to wish her good luck at the barn like an hour ago, and we're fortunate, West Point's fortunate to be in with a great group of people on her. Cherie and her team have done fantastic, and just think the world of her, and to have a chance to win the ballerina race I've always loved. I remember Classy Mirage upsetting Inside Information, Dream Supreme. I mean, there's really been some great fillies and mares who have come along and won this race. To be even money, the pressure's on. It's a little nerve-wracking, but can't wait to see her run later on.
It's certainly a good spot to be in. Wishing you and the team the best of luck today.
Absolutely. These horses bring us together, and I just want people to know how easy it is to get involved in a partnership. It's really super simple. Hit us up, westpointtb.com, and we'd love to have you here with us at Saratoga.
We've already seen them in the winner's circle in a grade one this year with Carson's Run, Greg. Maybe another grade one today.
That's how you get involved with West Point. Terry Finley does a tremendous job getting some very prestigious runners with that group together. So have some fun with it. And they're obviously going to have some fun with Vava later today. She has been very special. See if she can keep things going. As we get set for pick four coming up here, favoritism shifting to Can't Hush This, and we cannot not talk about just how incredible Flying P Stable has been. All their runners, even when they're not winning, they're running races we haven't seen them run, just finding new levels.
Yeah, and this horse improved last time out from the claim from Randy Morse, who's a heck of a conditioner, and went around 2 turns as we turn around for the post parade.
Here is Strava, Norm Cassie barn off since May 4th.
Horse that we haven't seen in a little while, was in good form. Disappointing last time, but facing some tough horses at Churchill.
Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing, shades of a few summers ago when they went 6 for 13 at the meet.
Yeah, I like Aero Smash. And I saw Phil coming in. He's got a disco-style shirt on. He's looking sharp.
Banishing for David Jacobson moving barns.
A horse that had run against Aero Smash in the past, but both of them behind Money Supply, needs to turn it around.
Here's one Acacia talked about, Costa Terra, Linda Rice.
You know, the blinkers have gone on this horse the last 2 times. Maybe that has helped.
West Point horse who was last seen in the Kentucky Derby back in 23.
Off a long layoff, but working well, seems to come in fresh for this race. Maybe he needs one.
Here's the Flying P Stable runner, Can't Hush This for Mike Maker.
Gonna have to fire again. First time at Saratoga.
Should be Flying P's theme song at this meet.
Right.
Duke of Gloucester, 17-1.
Look, he's outrun his odds on multiple occasions, but this is a tough spot for him with some of these horses coming back off layoffs and ones that have been class tested in the past.
Bet the Travers. Pay attention, you two. With Power Bets. And you can take home your share of $50,000.
It's a really cool...
Hit the pick 4 and pick 5 wagers at Saratoga today and split $50,000. You got to opt in to win to be part of it. Don't forget that part.
Yeah, and like, who knows? You could be the only ticket with like 4 or 5 other people. win. That'd be a nice little score,
Extra
wouldn't it
50
be?
grand. Imagine you win and you don't opt in, and somebody
Exactly.
else, you're just giving away free money. If you already
Exactly.
have the winning ticket, you want to make sure that you're getting a part of those promotions as well.
Especially if you have an opinion against some of these favorites. Those are the kind of, you want to opt in, and you can knock a lot of people out and try to swoop the whole thing.
So here's Can't Hush This. It's just been amazing. These horses, they're all running from this barn for Flying P. Those Silks have been in the winner's circle a lot, getting their picture taken. Big part of the reason why Mike Maker's having, this tremendous meet as well. Let's take a look back to Ellis Park last time out, just missed to record point.
Really improved off the claim from Mike Maker going into this new barn, and Flying P has been having a sensational meet, but they've been doing so with a variety of different trainers. They're spotting their horses correctly. They put them into vastly different barns as well to find where they belong ultimately on the racetrack, and finishing second here at 6-1 to record point. I mean, he makes a lot of sense coming into this race, and we've seen him take that step forward.
I'm with you. And the horse on the rail there that finished fourth, if I'm not mistaken, came back to run a really good race. Who ran fourth in that race?
Let's find out. Let's take
Hold
a look
on
at our
second.
hand. Floki's Flight.
Floki's Flight. Now, Floki's Flight for Dale Romans ran a really good race the other day.
Second to Nelson Avenue.
Second, yeah, and then Nelson Avenue. And he was on the rail there. So, live race, live stable. I can understand why the horse is 8-5.
Meanwhile, here's a look at the 5. Jace's Road. It's been a while. Last win against Mage, Kentucky Derby winner. 2 fills and Angel of Empire. Long time away on the comeback trail here for Brad Cox. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, first time since that Kentucky Derby last year that we'll see him out on the track. And I thought what Jason said back in the paddock was some interesting insight that Brad Cox feeling he might need a race. Now, the fact that he's not run on the Naira circuit before, I don't have anything as far as notes to compare Jace's Road to just watching his replays. He looks pretty fit coming back. He does have some size. He has some length to his frame. I would say that he's probably about 90% there. And he had an aggressive solo warm-up from Florent Giroux, who took him right away from the pony. And he was sharp back on the paddock and sharp out on the track as well. So maybe he might need a race, but this is the right spot to kind of get back on track, as he'll also cut back in distance a little bit. I like what I see from him, but you can certainly imagine with that big layoff, Greg, the future and bigger and better things is what they're looking towards.
Yeah, no question. I mean, this horse has had some big moments. Winner of the Gun Runner. Showed ability just in the second start ever. Grade 3 placing. Comeback trail here today as we have a new audience join us. Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal. Those already with us on Fox Sports 2. You have joined us for one of the truly special days in this sport. 5 grade 1s, including the big one in the 3-year-old division, the DraftKings Travers. We'll find out who the leader of this division is. Maybe it is a filly, is the best 3-year-old in the land. Greg Wolf, Sarah Al-Badwi, 4-time Major League All-Star, Paula Duca, and can Torpedo Anna get it done against the boys today?
I'd be happy to see it happen. A horse that has really risen to the top of her division as a 3-year-old filly, and we have seen so much from her overall in her career. It's a big step up and a big class test, but she's not out of the question.
We know she belongs. Is she as good or better than this group?
I think she's as good. I think she has a legit chance. I'll be honest with you. I just don't understand why people think her figures are a lot slower than the boys. If you would have ran this race on Kentucky Derby Day, she might have been second or third choice considering what she did in the Oaks. So now we're a little bit later on in the year, and Kenny's now taking a shot. And I just think she's not far off with a good trip.
Everyone keeps talking about she needs to get faster. I don't see it. She's as fast to me as Sierra Leone or Dornick going in. We know how consistent she's been. She's been doing it against females. Can she do it against the boys? That'll be the question. And the 1.25 miles that she needs to answer as well. Not just that Travers, which is a sensational race. We have so many important races to their respective divisions, including that Allen Jerkins, which is going to be an all-out war. Just tremendous, with the best 3-year-old sprinters in the country to come. You'll see all that coming up on Fox Saratoga Saturday, beginning at 3 Eastern start time. Right now it's race 4. And 1 mile in this allowance optional claiming field. Where both you two going to wind up, Sarah?
We're both putting some weight on the number 2 Aero Smash for the Bauer barn. That has been going extremely well this meet. That last start, almost too bad to believe. A horse that didn't really get out of the gate all that well. He's got the races to go back to that would make him very dangerous, and here I'm looking for a rebound effort.
I'm with you. I like the 2 as well, as we all like the 2. I will think the key to this is you see a packed crowd here at Saratoga. Strava. That horse possesses more speed than you think, and I think that horse could be on the scent and really speed up this pace. Jace's Road off a little bit of a layoff, and Can't Hush This has some speed too. So I'm hoping that Aero Smash can maybe lay off horses.
8-5 favorite, Can't Hush This. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's an even start. Aero Smash is out alertly. Strava on the inside now backs off that early pace as Banishing has moved up between horses to take second. Can't Hush This, 2 off the pace in third. As that second place horse, Banishing, throwing his head around while drifting wide, moving on to the backstretch. So it is Aero Smash with a 4-length lead. Banishing is all the way out in the middle of the racetrack now, as on the inside Strava and Can't Hush This are racing stride for stride. Duke of Gloucester in the yellow colors. Jace's Road is one from the rail, and then it's Costa Terra, and Banishing is now being pulled up. Number 3, Banishing, is out of the race. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat for Aero Smash. Leading it by 2 lengths, Strava is asked to get closer along the rail as Can't Hush This moves up into second. They are followed by Jace's Road in between horses. And on the outside, Costa Terra is making an early bid through a half in 47-2. Duke of Gloucester trails. Aero Smash, Can't Hush This, and Costa Terra looming up on the outside third. They've separated themselves from Strava in fourth. They're at the top of the stretch. Aero Smash, Can't Hush This chasing with determination in second, and Costa Terra continues to finish well in the middle of the racetrack. Costa Terra on the outside, Can't Hush This, and Aero Smash. 3 of them line up with a 1/16 of a mile to go. Aero Smash digs in, finds another gear. Costa Terra on the outside. Aero Smash, another for Joel Rosario. He had something left in reserve. Costa Terra second, Can't Hush This third, a long way back to Duke of Gloucester.
Aero Smash confronted with a challenge mid-stretch, and he digs down and is able to find more under Joel Rosario, Sarah.
It looked like he was just going to be swallowed up by your favorite Can't Hush This, and Costa Terra making that long sustained run, but he really found more, Paul, able to really bounce back off of that poor effort last time out with a nice gate-to-wire victory.
Yeah, I mean, the break was key, right? I mean, he was able to outbreak Strava and take control of the race, and Joel Rosario just keeps on believing that the middle of the racetrack is the best part of the racetrack. And I'll tell you what, Costa Terra is the type of horse that is cutting back from 1.1 miles, and we were looking at another horse that doesn't really like to love to win races with a lot of seconds. Almost get up at Aero Smash, like Frank Miramati said, found another gear.
A couple of years ago, these connections, they went 6 for 13 at this meet. They're having another meet just as successful this summer. Phil Bauer, Rigney racing. Let's go to Acacia.
Well, Greg, just wanted to comment. You could see the 3 Banishing being pulled up, and it looked to me like something happened with the bridle, and Ramon Vasquez actually pulled the bit all the way through his mouth. So he has been apprehended by the outriders. You could see him kind of have his mouth open, really pulling, really fighting early on. So they've got a hold of him, but looking like he is okay, thankfully, and Ramon making the right choice. But it looked like a piece of the bridle broke or came unbuckled, pulling the bit all the way through and giving his rider absolutely no control.
Keisha, thank you for the update. Aero Smash gets the win here at 5-2. I mentioned a few summers ago these connections. Really, kind of, I mean, that's when everyone sort of learned who this man was right here nationally. Phil Bauer and Rigney, 6 for 13. They're 6 for 13 again now with this win.
Did I tell you about his shirt?
You were right.
I mean,
he's looking sharp.
He's looking sharp, and you know what, Sarah? When you train privately, it's different. We live in a different world now, right? I mean, and he's training privately, but the numbers that he is putting up is ridiculous.
And he's winning with horses that make sense, but he still has a decent positive ROI as well. So if you're betting his horses just flat out, you're making money in general this meet, and he gets another victory here, just having a sensational Saratoga.
And it's a good point you bring up, Paulie. He doesn't have numbers from all these different clients. He's training privately. Do we need to start putting him in the conversation as one of these elite trainers pretty soon?
I think so. I think he's already up there. When you come up to Saratoga and you win it 30, 40, 50% consistently, you're doing something right, let's be honest. And he's a sharp trainer, very soft-spoken, and I think his soft-spoken tone goes into his horses a little bit.
2 today for Rosario, and now Phil Bauer and Rigney Racing. 6 wins from 13 starters here at the meet. Not easy to do at the most competitive meet there is in this sport. It's Arrow Smash in the 4th.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late first hit.
Poppy Flower with the momentum.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Glad to have you with us as we see Arrow Smash get the win for trainer Phil Bauer, who's joining me here. And Phil, you had commented kind of a carbon copy of what we saw from this horse last year, winning here at a mile at the Spa.
Yeah, left a scratch on her head after his first start, very similar to last year. And he scoped a little bit of an ulcer in his throat, so he, maybe kind of blamed the performance on that, but just his last 2 breezes here, we just couldn't be doing any better. He actually worked with Warrior Johnny last week, so we knew that he was doing well and a happy horse. We just, hopefully he would show up today, and he did. So Joel was able to kind of work in company with him last week, so he learned a little bit about him, but he rode him great and picked him up when he needed to, so very fortunate.
And as you and I were just discussing, he's rather small for an Arrogate, but he does have that big stride out on the track.
Yeah, very athletic, very free-moving horse, but he was about that size when we bought him as a yearling, and he's 4 years old now. So cool little horse, and pretty neat to get 2 wins with him up here.
Absolutely another win today, but looking for a big one a little bit later on. I wanted to ask you about Encore in the Forego. Horse coming in off a second-place finish. What have you noticed from him?
He's doing very well. I think it's to say he's never been better than at 6 years old is kind of crazy, but I think it's true. He's just, we're expecting a good effort from him. We're very excited about an outside draw. I think it's the key to the horse, and, Irad's been on him a couple times and excited about him too. So, it's grade 1, reserved expectations, but I think it's a wide open one. So, we're excited to lead him over and see if he can't get a piece of it.
We look forward to seeing him later. Congratulations on the win here.
Thank you.
Trainer Phil Bauer, could be a big afternoon for the barn for a trainer that has brought the right horses to Saratoga this summer, Greg.
Seems to have a knack for doing that. Gets another win here with Arrow Smash. Now 3 wins, 9 career starts. And wins at 5-2 here with Joel Rosario.
Yeah,
Goes to Tara, can't hush this. Wind up second.
How about the mare out of a Roll Hennessy Roll mare? Do you remember that, sire?
Can't say that I do.
I don't think I do either, right?
Beautiful Saturday here. I've just noticed it's gotten a lot more crowded.
Yeah, right. It did.
Energy has picked up big time here on Travers Saturday. Gonna sprint on the grass next. We love these races. They can be frustrating, but they're fun. 5.5 on the turf in this allowance optional claiming group. 3-2 favorite is Mischievous Angel. Flavian Pratt for Jorge Abreu. And look at that crowd on hand. Not a lot of space left in this place.
No, people were rushing in early when the gates rush. I'll tell you what, it's like the running of the bulls when they open up the gates here, especially on like the Travers. And it's just a wonderful sight to see. Everybody out having a little bit of fun on a great day of racing.
Great day to be here on such an important day in this sport. And then, you know, these are the days you look at these races and you want to be watching because horses that can perform on this day, these are races you remember come Breeders' Cup.
They are. These are the races that they don't call it the Midsummer Derby or sort of a Breeders' Cup preview for no reason. You have those divisional deciders going on today, some of those Grade 1 races, and it shapes up for who's going to be successful for the rest of the year.
Well, I mean, the proof was in the pudding last year. Now, it could change any year, but every horse that won a dirt race in the Breeders' Cup last year, both days, had made a start at Saratoga. And it's all that needs to be said.
3-year-old champion has come out of this Travers each of the last 3 years, 5 of the last 8 years. It is pretty important. That is still to come. That'll be in our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. And lining up against the boys in that race, the Queen, Torpedo Anna, named after that young lady right there, who they call the Torpedo in the swimming pool. Her namesake, trying to get it done later.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
I'm like pretty excited for most of the day up until about like 30 minutes before I start to get really nervous and my stomach starts to hurt, and I don't know, I just get really nervous, and I don't know why, because I always know that she's going to win, but still get nervous for it.
But I'm like her, I'm always confident when she runs, but it's a horse race. I mean, you know, you don't know what's going to happen. And some other horse might step up his game that day. But yeah, it's always nervous, but confident.
But it's all Torpedo Anna. The leader of the division is simply spectacular in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
What an incredible story. What an incredible ride it's been for this queen of the division, Torpedo Anna. And that doesn't sound like it's exactly been all that fun for the namesake.
I mean, a lot
Getting
of
that
stress,
nervous.
getting nervous about whether your horse is going to perform or not, but I think we all feel those pre-race nerves in some capacity, whether you're betting, owning, or riding, and I think that she has just been sensational so far. They have to be very proud of what they've seen from her.
You could see them at the beginning of that clip, they went, oh no, that's when Torpedo Anna jumped at the start, and then she got it done. But yeah, you could see that Anna Thorpe, she's probably more comfortable in the pool than she is watching Torpedo Anna run around the racetrack.
Well,
yeah.
her namesake's pretty comfortable doing her thing on the racetrack as well. We'll see how she matches up against the boys, and these being handed out earlier today. Kenny McPeak said, bring your pink on this Saturday afternoon to cheer her on, and I see a lot of pink out there, and there's going to be a lot of these Torpedo Anna signs rooting her on.
Yeah, that Torpedo Anna hat says the Grizzly Bear on it. That's her nickname, and there you see just one more thing to check off. Beat the boys in the DraftKings Travers.
What a campaign she has put together. What colors will that canoe be painted in that infield lake after today? This is a look at the current odds. Torpedo Anna right now at 4-1, third choice on the board. I mean, still fierceness being dismissed at 7-1.
A horse that I don't have any interest in, but at 7-1, he is being overlooked quite a bit. But Torpedo Anna, she's going to have to break from the rail, going to have to break sharply, as she usually does. Last time an outlier in that Coaching Club, American Oaks, but she was able to overcome that no problem and really draw away impressively.
Yeah, and you know, you always wonder, okay, is there any more left in the tank? She's going to need it today going 1.25 miles. You know, I think she was kind of emptied here towards the end of the race because she got off to such a bad beginning, but then her ears went up again at the wire. I'm like, my goodness, she's in a different league, and everybody's got their pink on. She got her poster, and she's happy as a clam.
Been a while since Winder Godot tried it, but before that, it had been a long time until Philly even tried to take on the boys in this Travers, and that little stumble last time out did do that a couple of times as a 2-year-old as well. And certainly if that happens from the rail against a better group, it's going to be tougher to overcome.
Sure, I mean, you never want anything to go wrong out of the gate with horses that are facing the level of competition that she is, but she is one that has got Nancy out of the gate. It hasn't affected her yet. Do you think it catches up to her today?
No, I think she's going to be okay. I think she breaks like a rocket. She was breaking like a rocket before. I just think that of all the other horses, she's got the least question marks, just whether she's good enough or not.
I agree with you. It's going to be so much fun. That's still to come, part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. This 5th race starts a mandatory pay pick 5, sprinting on the grass at 5.5 furlongs. Let's go to Acacia.
And you do have an entry here who's a pretty short price. And we'll start off with the plain one, Biz Biz Buzz, for trainer Michael Trombetta, who we did see win the Smart and Fancy yesterday with Future Is Now, and bringing a limited number of horses here is much like we just mentioned with Phil Bauer, bringing the right ones to Saratoga. And we'll see if Biz Biz Buzz can break through and get back to the winner's circle, as tough trip, I thought, last time out at Laurel. Knocked sideways at the start. The winner was even money and kind of opened up early on. And while this horse was kind of the best of the rest, just really put behind the 8 ball early on. And this is a horse that I've always had a little bit of an affinity for, one that can be pretty intense on the muscle in the paddock. And I'm seeing much the same with him today. And I think he fits nicely in here. You know, he's pretty leggy for a turf sprinter, but has shown that this is what he wants to do. And see if he could get back to some of those recent big big efforts from last summer. But again, I think he's been kind of knocking on the door lately and makes sense in this spot. The number 7, Mischievous Angel, will make his 3rd start off the layoff for Jorge Abreu. And this is one that has always been a little bit of a head scratcher for me. He did win first time out sprinting on the turf, even though on the bottom side, well, the mare is by Scat Daddy. She's the sister to multiple Grade 1 winner Audible, who of course was a long on dirt winner. So turf sprinting, I guess, is kind of where Mischievous Angel has found his home. Looking at him just at face value, you could look at him and say he's getting a little bit warm. I wish his coat looked a little bit better. He's a little bit nervous, but I've seen that from him in the past, and he's run well. So that's just kind of how he is. Comes off of a 3rd place finish last time out. Never saw the rail in that race, going 5.5, which was won by Bo Tarakan, and certainly thought that he finished pretty well. That's not quite enough to reach that winner that day. So we'll see if he can, in his lightly raced career, can get back to the winner's circle today. The number 9, 26 Black, comes off the back of a win. He won an open first level allowance last time out after having gone through his New York bred conditions. Thought finished a really good second, 2 starts back behind Mansa Musa, who I think very highly of and has been really competitive in stakes company recently. And yes, while he is stepping up to the next level of competition after getting that win last time out, he's a horse that I do think is good right now. Coming back this year in 2024, all 3 of his races have been strong. Horacio de Paz has been having a terrific meet up here at the Spa. And much like I've always feel with 26 Black, he's such a good-looking individual, and he has settled so much mentally as a 4-year-old. Does have that cotton in his ears, but he's one that last year would be kind of tricky to saddle, a little bit revved up in the preliminaries. Not the case at all from what I see from him today and what I saw from him last time as well. Again, though he's stepping up, I think he's one that is kind of riding that wave and doing well right now, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We're approaching the 8-minute mark to post here in this 5th, which will start a pick 5 as we look at half of the entry here.
Well, with all the
8 to 5 favorites.
Yeah, with all the scratches in here, the 1A is loose on the front end. Now, whether they can run this horse down or not remains to be seen, but this horse has shown very, very good speed, Sarah, at Gulfstream Park, taking the field gate to wire, and it was a really good number.
He's good. I mean, he's taken to the turf very well for Mark Casse, having that 96 Buyer speed figure last time out, as you mentioned. He's a clear horse to beat, finishing second to XY Speed, who is certainly a good one. Philo de Ariana finished 3rd in this race. He came back to win at Woodbine yesterday, so you know he's been keeping some solid company. Clear horse to beat. And you know, he's coupled with his entry mate who isn't without a chance, but he's the one, I think, taking the bulk of the money.
Yes.
8 to 5 favorite. Javier Castellano will ride here for Mark Casse. Another barn that has been, you know, start to where we are now, just nonstop. Sensational meeting for Mark Casse, especially with his young horses, has really made an impact. Terrific shot there of that canoe in the infield lake. Colors of Arcangelo, who won the Travers last year, on his way to a 3-year-old championship. We'll see what colors they will be painted in this year in just a few hours' time as we take a look at the current odds. Sierra Leone, the 9 to 5 favorite right now, despite all those issues in the stretch. Sarah, where are you going to wind up?
I'm going with a little bit of a crazy horse that I've been chasing for some time, and that's the number 6, Honor Marie, who's had some significant trouble in both of his last 2 starts, going in the Kentucky Derby and then in the Belmont Stakes here. He's been pinballed out of the gate in both of those starts, getting slammed on either side by other horses. They're putting the blinkers on today. He's getting a jockey change to Tyler Gaffleone, and I just want to see what he can do if he gets out of the gate cleanly. He is a closer. He's going to be coming from off the pace. He's run well despite the break in both of those starts, and he needs to get a little bit faster to compete with some of the others in this race, but he's going to be a big price, and this is the last time I'm going to take a shot with Honor Marie.
Paulie, you like the filly. What do you think is the biggest question she needs to answer in this race?
A couple things. Whether she can take this field gate to wire or whether she can pass horses. My thing is you have a guy in Brian Hernandez who loves the rail. So why is the draw bad? I don't understand why the draw has been bad. Everybody thinks the draw has been awful for Torpedo Anna. Shortest way around the racetrack is from the 1 hole. And if she breaks sharp, I honestly think she can rate.
Just the dangers of the rail. A wave can come over on you.
I get it. But he's good at sticking to his position, and she's very tactical to making her own trip, kind of like her stablemate who won the Kentucky Derby in Mystic Dan. I can see that same trip happening today for Torpedo Anna.
And Ken McPeak told you this. He's told America this. She was holding her own and then some against the likes of Mystic Dan, some other good 3-year-olds in Kenny McPeak's barn. Now we'll see if she can do it in the afternoon in the DraftKings Travers. Coverage continuing over on Fox Sports 1 as we're 6 minutes to post here in race 5. We'll see you over there on FS1 right after this.
$1 million, did I hear? $1 million. $1 million on a pay your mama, $1,400,000 on a pie. $1,500,000 and $1,600,000. $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Saratoga.
Good to have you with us on FS1 on one of the big days in this sport. Travers Day from Saratoga. 5 Grade 1s, all crucial in their respective divisions to year-end championships, including the showdown of the summer to come in the unofficial 4th leg of the Triple Crown, that DraftKings Travers, where the super filly, Torpedo Anna, will take a shot at history as she tackles the boys in the big one to see who is the best 3-year-old in the country. And maybe it is a filly. Greg Wolf, Paul LaDuca, Rajiv Mirage. So much excitement. We feel it building throughout this afternoon with a packed house here at this historic venue. What do you think of Torpedo Anna and her chances going up against the boys?
I think she's got a good chance to make history and to stamp herself as the horse of the year. Now she's going to have to probably put out her best effort today, a little bit later today, but I think she is in the mix. I don't think she's like taking a shot here, Rajiv. I think she's got a shot.
Yeah, I do agree with you that she has the talent to run with this field, and I was happy that they tried her in this race and putting her up against the boys here. But the thing about it is the post draw for me did her no justice, because remember when we were down in Oaklawn, right, and she has that high intensity, she gets a bit nervous. She's going to have to go into the gate first and load and wait on everyone else to load, right? Sierra Leone is a horse that's going to load right after her. He's had a tendency to take a long time to load into the gate. She's going to be standing there for a heck of a long time, being agitated and nervous, and I feel like it's going to make her not break well. And if she doesn't break well,
Well, the race is over if she doesn't break well yet.
That's what I think is going to happen. I'm calling it like that, and I hope it doesn't happen like that. I hope she gets a fair break, but I just got to call it the way I think it's going to happen.
No, when those gates open, she usually does her thing. We'll see if she does it against the boys coming up in that DraftKings Travers right now. It is race 5, just a minute to post. It will start at mandatory payout pick 5. Sprinting 5.5 furlongs on the grass. Allowance optional claiming field. The entry, Biz Biz Buzz, will get the inside post and bring the band home, I should say, the other half of that entry, Paulie. Coming off back-to-back huge efforts sprinting on the grass.
Yeah, and probably going to be your speed of the speed here. A lot of the speed did scratch out. The 5 had a little bit of, not really a lot of giddy up, but it just looks like this horse could get to the front end. The one horse I'm surprised, I don't understand why the 6 is 7-1 running with Scissors. Ran a good race last time, was disqualified. I get it, to 8th, but at 7-1, that looks a little too high for me.
Yeah, I mean, running with Scissors, definitely a good shot in here. I'm going to go with the entry here with the 1A. I do feel like speed is such a dangerous weapon in these sprint races, and I just think that the horse is just going to prove too much the best. But at 8-1, I do agree with you. Running with Scissors is a top contender, and that's a big price. I want to add this because we're on the topic of the mandatory pick 5. In race 7, number 2, that's been Dornock's workmate a couple of times, rookie card. So interesting horse when you're talking about that pick 5.
Yeah, that horse been working big, going to get a lot of attention. Let's go to Acacia Clement for more.
And Greg, I realize that with the scratches, the entry is very formidable, especially the speed of the 1A, Bring the Band Home, and I wanted to watch him out on the track. I just wish that he was warming up better. He had a very quiet warm-up, not really out of a jog, staying with the pony. I would have liked to see him extending a little bit more. I'm not familiar with him. Maybe that's just him, but just from a purely physical perspective, I know the tactics are in his favor, but purely physical, I much prefer his entry mate, Biz Biz Buzz. So we'll see if Bring the Band Home can wire the field. Was beaten by XY Speed, who got a 99 Buyer Speed figure, winning next out, and then second in a grade 2 after that. I'm going to land, though, on the 926 Black. I know that he is stepping up in company, but he has just continued to impress me. The way that he's moving out on the track, how he's done mentally coming back this year as a 4-year-old, and you can see it in his race record. Horacio de Paz's barn has been going well, and he has found the right spots for this gelded son of War Dancer, whose progeny love these New York turf courses, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Loading up here for this 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Even money on the entry, 2 for the price of 1. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
They're loading in the gate. It's post time. Running with Scissors coming up.
Whoa!
Here's 26 Black wearing red. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Midday Image is the quickest out of the gate, immediately headed by Bring the Band Home. And Bring the Band Home gets a relatively easy lead. 26 Black is kept on the pace, 3 off them in 3rd. They're followed by Running with Scissors in 4th, then Biz Biz Buzz, followed by Fauci, who's 10 lengths off the lead into the far turn, Vacation Dance, and Mischievous Angel. 22-1 for Bring the Band Home. Doing it well on the front end with a 4-length advantage. Midday Image joined by 26 Black, who's up on the outside to be a joint second. 4 lengths back to Running with Scissors in 4th. They're at the top of the stretch. Bring the Band Home. 26 Black looms up to challenge in 2nd. On the inside, Midday Image is 3rd. They're followed by Running with Scissors 4th. And Bring the Band Home has something left. Maintains a 3-length lead with a wall of horses chasing. Bring the Band Home, who was far too strong. 3-way photo for 2nd among 26 Black, Running with Scissors, and on the outside of them, Mischievous Angel.
Bring the Band Home, too good. The switch to turf has been the right move. For this 4-year-old, that's a pretty big margin to win by going 5.5 on the lawn.
Most 5.5 quick sprint turf races, there's a lot of horses vying for the lead, robust pace. He was able to get clear and control, and after that, it was all but a formality from there.
Yeah, and it got very, very tight here for second. The 6 and the 9 go to the wire together. Wow, that's tight. I would call maybe the 9 over the 6, but 6 maybe got the bob. But you're right. No doubt about the winner. And this is the race set up for the horse. You go 22, like Rajiv said, in 56, you're gone. And the horse has some talent, obviously.
2 starts back. Mark Casse shifted this horse to the turf. Won first time on the lawn, then just missed against a very good runner on the grass in an improvement in that race. Now 2 for 3 on the grass.
Once he was able to establish the lead in a pretty moderate pace for this kind of race, usually the dynamics is just such a robust, fast pace, but he took control and it was over from there.
1A, 9, 6, 7, even money. Entry favored and responds with the victory. This was a dominant performance.
It really was. And like Mark Casse, again, coming in here with some loaded horses, and this horse just jogged around the racetrack when you're lone speed. But again, when you look back at the race and the time, I don't know if they were going to beat her anyway.
Getting closer to our 5 grade 1s to come. Our ABR race of the week. What else could it be? DraftKings Travers. And this the race who will decide for now who is the top 3-year-old in the land. And again, maybe it is a filly, Torpedo Anna, taking a shot at history. No filly has won this race since 1915. She's that good, though, that, as you said, top of the show, she's not taking a shot here. She belongs in this race. She is that good.
Yeah.
We'll just see if she can do it.
Yeah, and right now I think some of the bettors are believing in her. She's 3rd choice right now on the board. You can see Brian Hernandez here. And this has been like the repeat movie in all of her races, winning by 4 or 5 lengths. The horse that chased her, Candy, might have run the best race, but who beat her? The horse that Torpedo Anna smashed last time. So everybody that she's been beating has come back to win. So I get it, she's facing the boys, but I think there's more quality than people think.
I mean, she's dominant over the fillies, right? She's so good, and she definitely has the ability to run with the boys. And I'm so excited to be able to see it happen today. Because, we look back in the past and we talk about some great fillies, and we always say, well, what if? What if they would have run here? Or what if they would have tried there? What would have happened? Well, today we get to find out what really happens, and takes the guessing game out of it.
We've seen some good fillies beat the boys. The Pat Rags to Riches.
Yeah.
Did it. Certainly Swiss Skydiver from this same barn did it for Ken McPeak, beating in that amazing stretch duel in the Preakness. Horse would go on to become Horse of the Year in Authentic. Fillies to just try this race since 1915. Not a lot. Devona Dale, Chris Effort, a couple of amazing runners on that list. They couldn't get it done. We'll see if Torpedo Anna can. In terms of Torpedo Anna and, a filly for this barn who did beat the boys, where do you think she stacks up against how good Swiss Skydiver was?
Well, Swiss Skydiver was a little bit different, right? She came from a tiny bit off the pace a little bit. I actually think that Torpedo Anna is more talented. She's naturally more talented than Swiss Skydiver, but this is a better crop. I would kind of put her towards Rags to Riches, because Rags to Riches beat Curlin. Okay, so now you're dealing with a really nice horse in Curlin, and she stumbled at the start, which is amazing that she beat Curlin on the square. But that's the kind of thing that's going to have to happen here with Torpedo Anna. She's going to have to beat quality horses. This isn't a race where you're just also rans here. This is the 2-year-old champion, the Belmont winner. I mean, you could go on and on.
Derby runner-up, who maybe ran the best race or one of the best races in that race. Obviously, Forever Young ran huge, too, who ran third and was getting leaned on in there. But this is a loaded group, to Paul's point, as we take a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Race 9, we get into the biggies. Resorts World Casino, Sword Dancer, and Charlie Appleby. Talk about holding that race in the palm of your hand. He's got Measured Time and Silver Knot, 2 massive standouts.
Yeah, they don't look like they're going to be really tough to handle in that race. And you can see the track conditions. Are you driving that tractor, Rajiv?
Yeah, I was in the tractor. That's my second gig, supplemental income.
John Deere track conditions, fast and firm and beautiful weather on this Travers Saturday afternoon. And thank you, Mother Nature, for giving us that on a day that everyone has been waiting for from the moment Kenny McPeak announced on our show that he was going to send his filly to this race. You can play all the action with the official betting app of Saratoga, Naira Bets. Get that $250 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in that code at sign-up, SPON250, right there at NairaBets.com. There was a no doubt about it win. Sometimes you're holding your breath in these 5.5 furlong turf sprints to see who's going to win this race. Not this time.
Yeah, it seemed all but over from the get-go.
Bring the band home, bringing the money home for the man standing by with Acacia.
That's right, as Bring the Band Home is able to wire the field, Mark, it seems that the move to turf for this horse has really paid off.
You know, we thought a lot of him as a 2-year-old, but he struggled, came back, and we put him on the grass, and he does love it. He does.
How much confidence did you have when he really got so comfortable out there in the front end?
As comfortable as you can get, you know. you're always you're happy when they go across the wire, but he's fast. And about top of the lane, I said, okay, Avi, let him go, because they were catching up a little. But he ran good. He ran very well.
And getting the win for Mrs. Weber's Live Oak Silks in the winner's circle here, too. But coming up a little bit later on in the Jerkins, you're going to be sending out Little Knee, taking over training with that one. I know he's worked a couple times here at Saratoga. What have you seen from him?
You know, I'm impressed. He's just a neat horse, and tough race. This is as tough as it gets. So we're going to see. You know, we'll see. I like our posts. I like our rider. And I like our horse. So hopefully, I don't know how that equates.
It's a good recipe. Best of luck later. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
Trainer Mark Cassie sending out Little Knee later. Nearly got the win over Bookham Dano last time out, Greg.
That horse has been awfully tough. That'll be the first start in Mark Cassie's barn for Little Knee. But yeah, he gave Bookham Dano all he could handle and more in that Jersey Shore Stakes last time out.
Yeah, he's a fast horse, and, you know, he was able to keep up, but he was not able to put away. But it was a very, very encouraging race for that horse, and now moving over to the Mark Cassidy barn.
We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, he has never in his career put together back-to-back wins. He's been brilliant, and then he's been MIA. Can that change for the 2-year-old champion? Fierceness. We'll have a preview next.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Back with you. The big one still to come in that 3-year-old division. Travers, a lot of history going back to 1864. Fastest ever run. The great Arrogate, who won by 13.5 lengths. That was nothing compared to what Damascus did in terms of margin of victory. He was 15 lengths back early. He won by 22 lengths in the end. Most wins by a trainer. Bert Mulholland won his first with 830, his second with a son of 830. Lights up. Most wins by an owner. 3 different ownership groups have won it 5 times. Javier Castellano, he's the king of the Travers, who'll have a chance at an 8th with Corporate Power for Shug McGahee. Dead heat. What'd they do with the canoe that year? Spent a little extra longer on the paint job in that dead heat. Dramatic upset. No more dramatic than beating a Triple Crown winner when Keen Ice beat American Pharoah. Travers winners to go on the Windle Breeders' Cup. Only Arrogate has done that back in 2016. 14, including Arcangelo last year, have been named 3-year-old champion, including each of the last 3, 5 of the last 8. 8 have gone on to be named Horse of the Year, including the Great Point Given. 25 enshrined across the street in Racing's Hall of Fame. An incredibly important race to winning a championship, to becoming a legend in this sport. And this year's lineup, one of the best additions of the Travers we'll have had in a long, long time. Really before even Torpedo Anna was signed on to go in this race and try and take on the boys. And now adding her into the mix, just extra intrigue.
Yeah, and you can see the board. I think the most surprising thing on the board to me is a lot of people have been, no pun intended, knocking Dornick, but the board is saying no.
Wow. Getting disrespected a little, as this trainer has said. Here's the filly, Torpedo Anna. She has been remarkably brilliant and consistent.
Yeah, 1 loss in her career when she was off slow. Now, she did have trouble getting out of the gate earlier in her career, and she can't make up that same hiccup she did in the CCA Oaks.
Sierra Leone, his worst enemy has been himself.
I mean, the last race in the Jim Dandy showed his cards. He got a perfect trip. He got to run straight, not too much of lugging in like he showed in his past, and he still wasn't able to beat Fierceness that day. However, the dynamics of this race sets up really well for him.
Here's his stablemate, lightly tested, but unbeaten, Unmatched Wisdom.
Yeah, unbeaten 3 for 3, and it's been impressive. Won the Curlin last time out. He's got to step up in class here to try to match this group.
Mr. Travers will be on board this one. Javier Castellano looking for an 8th on Corporate Power.
He's a horse that's starting to really put things together, developing, maturing. He's going in the right direction, but he does need to make a step forward if he's going to have an impact on this race.
It wasn't this kind of group, Paul, but Batten Down dominated, breaking his maiden at 1.25 miles.
Well, he's out of a great mare in Closed Hatches. I mean, she's phenomenal. He's phenomenally bred, too, and he seems like he's getting better. I'm with you. He ran a better Jim Dandy than everybody thought.
Honor Marie, going to be a huge long shot. It was 4th in the Belmont for Whit Beckman.
This horse has been plagued by unfortunate racing luck. It seems like what can go wrong always goes wrong with him. They slapped blinkers on today. I expect to see a much improved effort.
Horse to beat. He's the leader of this division right now, the Belmont and Haskell winner, Dornick.
He's been game, right? He's going to try to pull off something that hasn't been done, only been done 1 time by Point Given in 2001. That's winning all 3, Belmont, Travers, and the Haskell.
And the 2-year-old champion, Fierceness, he showed he's back in that Jim Dandy, but he's still got to prove he can put together back-to-back wins, Raj.
That race in the Jim Dandy sealed it for me. It showed me that Fierceness is the real deal. He is the best horse in this crop. And when there's so many different takes on the race and trying to dissect the race, I just went very simple. The best horse is going to win. He has the best post. He's on the outside. He's going to get a favorable trip. John Velasquez is going to be able to pick his spot wherever he wants to be. And I think that he's going to be the winner.
You got to be concerned, Paul, though, because immediately after that win, his trainer, Todd Pletcher, came out and said, we're not automatically going into this race. He's a smaller horse who takes a lot, and some of it, why he doesn't show up in some of those races, he takes time to rebound and get back to what would be optimal for him. But they've decided to try and go back-to-back here.
I think more of it than not is that, okay, as you see Johnny, that was a wonderful moment. That the horse may just love this racetrack, too. It was just unbelievable as a 2-year-old, the debut that he had, and then He went on to the Breeders' Cup and he actually destroyed that field. Maybe he just likes this racetrack. I don't know. The board at 7-1 is very concerning.
That is incredibly high a price for the horse that everyone, it's no secret, the best horse when he runs his best race. There's no question who it is. It's Fierceness, but he's never been able to do it back to back.
The key word that I hear is the best horse. I'm just going to keep it that simple. The best horse, he is, and I believe he's going to pair up his effort in the Jim Dandy Lassa. In fact, I'm even going to go a little further. I think he's actually going to run better today. I know the pattern shows this in and out pattern, but for me, he came off a bit of a layoff, ran well in the Jim Dandy, and he's at home at Saratoga. I think today he's going to run his best race.
Now, so a concern with a horse who's had trouble coming back too soon, comes back in less than a month. We'll see if he can do it. The 2-year-old champ, Derby favorite, taking on, among others, the queen of the 3-year-old filly division in the DraftKings Travers. You'll see it on Fox Saratoga Saturday, 3 Eastern. Start time for this monster showdown of the summer to come. Can this man spring what would be a shocking upset? Whit Beckman, Honor Marie, was in 2/3 of the Triple Crown, including 4th in the Belmont. This will be his first start back.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage on a really special day in this sport. Travers Day, the stars come out. 5 Grade 1s. So important, their respective divisions all ahead on this Saturday afternoon. Right now, race 6 on the inner turf, mile and a 16th. Everyone trying to get their first win of their career with these 2-year-olds. Let's welcome in for the first time, Maggie Wolfendale. Happy Travers Day, Maggie.
Happy Travers Day to you too, Greg. And what a glorious day we have on tap for this Travers Stakes. And we get the action rolling with some 2-year-old racing. My favorite part of racing up here at Saratoga, as we'll begin with a horse who is making his turf debut. But second start for number 1, it's Insubordination. As Insubordination I know he was beaten 5.5 lengths, but he actually ran much better than I expected him to, because this guy looks all turf, and he also just kind of looks like he wants as long as he can possibly run, as the bottom side of his pedigree would indicate, as it's all turf marathoners. But at least he has a little known to America sire in Bungle in the Jungle on the top side, which he's predominantly sired sprinter. So it's a perfect marriage. And this guy is athletic. He's way more fit. Having that dirt sprint under his belt, I think George Weaver and his team did the right thing, keeping him in there, and I think it sets him up perfectly for this turf try today. Really like what I'm seeing from Insubordination. Moving on to some first-time starters, Chad Brown always can be lethal in these spots. We'll check in with his higher price on the board. Number 3, Bolt to Run, a son of Bolt Dwaro. The dam was a stakes winner on the turf. This is her first foal. His workouts on the dirt, at least what I have seen, have been, well, uninspiring. And maybe he needs a start to kind of get everything going, as he's kind of a big, long, lanky horse that I don't want to say is unfurnished, but just there's some developing to do. There's some coming up across his top line and sort. So one that I'll watch with interest. Again, he's not taking that much money on the board as of now. As we'll move on to Chad's other horse on the far outside is number 10, Zuniga. Now this horse is by Instilled Regard, who with a limited number of starters has been okay. He's had 2 first-time out winners, but they've been sprinting on the dirt. And I remember the dam, she was a disappointment, as she was trained by Chad Brown and a daughter of Life at 10, a multiple Grade 1 winner, albeit on the dirt. Now, luckily for him, he looks nothing like Orsay, a filly that I was never impressed with physically, but I like what I'm seeing from him. At least there's size, there's mass to him, there's conditioning, which is something that, well, his bloodline would suggest that he shouldn't carry. So I appreciate that. And he does look fit in here. I'm okay with him on the turf. He probably wants distance more than this surface, though. The problem with him today is that he looks not very good in his coat whatsoever. And it's the middle of summer. He has skin disease. He just looks a little dull overall. So not overly impressed with his chances, as we'll check in with one that looks like a shiny copper penny when it comes to health. That's number 7, Chanticleer, for Todd Pletcher. Now, there isn't an abundance of turf pedigree, but I love Not This Time doing anything. He can get his progeny to literally, run on the moon, it seems like. But this horse is so athletic. He's kind of hearkening back to his grandsire in Giant's Causeway, but he is professional, he is fit, and he is ready to go, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. 5-1 Chanticleer, first time out for Todd Pletcher. As we approach the 4-minute mark to post here in race 6. Favor right now, guys, look, hands of time. It's a productive first out effort from a very good barn in Christophe Clement.
Yeah, we had a turf race yesterday, and it was kind of like this. In the 3 horses that had experience, ran 1, 2, 3, the Anthony Dutrow horse, the Sri DeVoe horse. And the 1 and the 4 here are the 2 horses that have ran.
Experience is a huge advantage in maiden races with these young horses. Horses usually improve leaps and bounds from their first race to their second race. I was a little disheartened to hear that Maggie didn't like the number 10, how he looked in the coat, because Zuniga is my top pick. In 2-year-old races, I usually lean towards the Clocker reports and the DRF Clocker reports. And Zuniga's work 2 starts back, he outworked his stablemate by 4 lengths. So I was intrigued with that one.
Leave that barn off your ticket at your own peril. Chad Brown leading the meet again. Here's Insubordination. We'll break from post 6.
Yeah, I think this
5,
horse,
excuse me.
Yeah, this horse got a big shot. Back on the turf. This is the horse to beat for me, at least my top selection.
Danny Gargenbarn of Dornick later in the Travers. He sends out Strategist.
Yes, Strategist. Not much to go by here. This Bolt d'Oro Colt.
Yeah, Bolt to Run for Chad Brown. Frankie Dettori, 12-1. Here's Hands of Time, the favorite. Second choice.
Yeah, Hands of Time, one of the ones with a good debut. Only got beat 2 lengths in that debut. Expected to improve a bit today.
Whit Beckman will have Honor Marie later today in the Travers. Sends out this 5 with Tyler Gaffleone.
Sneaky, decent race last time. We'll get blinkers.
Mortal Lock. You're not supposed to be 33-1 if you're a Mortal Lock.
You're right, Mortal Lock, the stablemate of Insubordination. Not showing much in the mornings as yet.
One who caught Maggie's eye, first-time starter for Tad Pletcher, Chanticleer.
Yeah, looks fit, just like Maggie described, too, and Spendthrift, and not this time. $725,000 purchase.
Belmont Barn with Junior Alvarado, Thunder Roll.
Out of a mirror that was 4 for 15 over the grass, and the second dam, I rode Kiwa Cat as well for these connections on the turf. So there's definitely some turf pedigree there.
Dew went by at a couple of turf sprints, and then Zuniga for Chad Brown outside.
My top pick. I like how the workout patterns, what the DRF Clocker reports had to say about this one. Outworked the stablemate by 4 lengths, 2 workouts back in August 12th. Flavian Pratt, Chad Brown, just so much to like here.
I think the other part of this, too, is OXO Equine usually sends all their horses to Paulo Lobo. They have now been sending some horses to Chad Brown and been having some success.
Let's look at this one who's become the favorite here in Subordination. Tried to get this one on the grass in the debut. It came off. Sloppy sealed track, so at least does have a race under his belt for trainer George Weaver. Ran second that day, beat 5.5 lengths, but now gets grass.
Yeah, and you got to love how he finished on the dirt. I know it was only a 4-horse field, but he got some fitness out of it. But like Maggie said, the bottom side of the pedigree are all turf marathoners. It might be just too short for him, but I just think he's going to be a handful down the lane.
Yeah, definitely a horse that is expected to really improve on the turf. Got a race under his belt. Definitely stepping up with some good intention here.
Javier Castellano will be aboard. Meanwhile, the one who has gone long on the grass and looked pretty good doing it, Hands of Time. Here is the 4 for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, and a good 4th place finish last time out. Kind of just ran around kind of evenly all the way around the racetrack. So maybe this time will be a little bit better. Joel Rosario sticks, and if you bring any credence into it, this is kind of the same running line that the Anthony Dutrow runner had yesterday. That one, as you see the crowd still filing in. I hope you have a seat.
That is just as a beautiful thing to see. I mean, every summer we know we get tremendous crowds here, and like you get anywhere else in this sport, but this is the day where it is off the charts.
I mean, they're lined up almost by the tower over there. It is unbelievable all the way down the racetrack. Awesome to see.
Dream day, big races, beautiful weather, just everything coming together perfectly.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at horses who have experience in number 4, Hands of Time. He does have just that. Acacia in the paddock for his debut, but is a horse that's very sharp here at second asking. So he broke a bit slow first time out. Look for him to be a bit more forward, I would think, in his second start. Papa Miento. I'm going to go with that. For Whit Beckman, he's also coming out of that same race. He broke okay, but then he was kind of out the back early. He just looked green, kind of running in spots, weaving in and out of traffic down the lane. So applying a pair of shortcut cheater blinkers. He is lovely in his disposition, really reserved but focused, and I like that. He's a smaller horse, but he's really well balanced. So again, these horses with that experience edge, I just think it puts them at an advantage. As number 8, Thunder Roll, as you heard Rajiv say, he definitely has the pedigree to handle the turf, and he looks it. But furthermore, this was a horse that was incredibly green in the preliminaries first time out, and today he's so much more professional. I didn't hear him scream once in the paddock, and he went along gleefully with the pony. So all things that are good. Getting a lovely warm-up by himself right now with Junior Alvarado. And guys, with number 10 Zuniga, I didn't know how to interpret those DRF clock reports, Raj. As you said, you like what you read, but in that turf workout, it said that the mate, and it didn't list who the mate was, so we don't know the quality of that horse, and that horse was lugging in badly. So it was just kind of by default, reading between the lines, that this horse went on and outworked its mate by 4 lengths. I'm not going to be surprised when this horse jumps up and wins, but there were some things I could poke holes in with him for Chad Brown.
And Maggie, that's a valid point that Maggie makes about who the mate was. And how I interpret it is, if it's in the Chad Brown's barn, it's
usually
probably
pretty good.
usually good. So yeah, I'd love to have known who the mate was, but because it's another Chad Brown horse, I'd say at least it's useful.
5-2 favorite. Insubordination, George Weaver barn. Certainly the 4, you would expect Paulie to be a factor here, having that race under the belt, and expect improvement from this barn too.
A well-named horse again from the Clement barn out of the mare Rolexa, Hands of Time.
Beautiful name, I love that. Gate open to get the 4 in, by the way.
Yeah.
Thunder Roll is going to sit a beautiful trip in here, the number 8, because he showed enough speed sprinting on the dirt that makes you think that he has natural speed that's going to translate to the turf. This horse with the experience and the pedigree that states that he's expected to even be better on the grass, I think he's going to be a major factor in this race, not only from a pace standpoint, but also from a chance to win.
There's Tyler Gaffleone. Best summer he has ever had here at this Saratoga meet, as we see a rider off here, the 9, Julien Leperoux, and Dew being a handful right now.
Well, this horse was a handful coming out a little bit for Gary Contessa and Julien. Julien was having a little issue. The horse has actually untucked Julian's vest there, but he's back aboard.
Horse who's had 2 turf sprints, came off the turf last time out in that insubordination race, so we'll get to go long first time on the grass today. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
2 more left to load. Insubordination and Zuniga. Zuniga right up to the gate. It's a little bit of a nudge from the assistant starter. Open the front of the gate, this usually works. Guided in. All set. And they're off. Slow beginning for Zuniga. A quick one for Thunder Roll, and Dew on the far outside is flashing some speed. Insubordination takes the lead, and Papiamento is now 4th. Then Chanticleer settling in mid-pack, a headstrong Hands of Time. Joel Rosario has a stranglehold of Hands of Time into the first turn, who is able to drift off that fence to get a little room, but now has to wait between rivals. Then comes Strategist, racing on the inside of Zuniga, who's a dozen lengths off the pace. The 2 trailers are Bolt to Run and Mortal Lock. 23-1 for Insubordination. And Javier Castellano leading the way by a little more than a length to Thunder Roll in second. They're followed by Papiamento. Dew is the gray in 4th with 4 lengths to make up, followed by Hands of Time, joined on the inside by Bolt to Run. Bolt to Run passing a couple of horses within 5 lengths of the lead. Chanticleer, Orange Cap on the outside, is making some headway. 2 lengths in front of Zuniga as they move into the far turn. The half went in 48 3/5 seconds. On the outside of Zuniga, Mortal Lock is out of last, 3 in front of Strategist. Insubordination with a 1/4 mile to go. Thunder Roll presses the issue in second. 2 lengths behind them, Papiamento is in 3rd. On the outside comes Dew in 4th, then Chanticleer. They're coming to the 8th pole, and Thunder Roll on the outside is up to take the lead. Opens up a 1.5 lengths. Papiamento running a good race in second, and coming right after Thunder Roll now. And here's Papiamento and Tyler Gaffleone, hand-ridden to the front to score going away. Tight photo for second. It's either Thunder Roll or Hands of Time. In behind them, 3 of them were battling, and Mortal Lock was finishing very well.
Tyler Gaffleone with another win, 10-1. Papiamento in first Saratoga win for Whit Beckman, who still has Honor Marie to come in the Travers.
Yeah, congratulations to Whit. He put blinkers on this son of Medaglia d'Oro, and Tyler Gaffleone delivers another ride. Good call by you, Raj. With the 8 Thunder Roll, it's just the 5 went by. I think the 8 held on for second barely here. But again, 3 horses with experience, 1, 2, 3.
That's the story of the race, and when with these young horses, that experience factor is a big factor. These horses all at initial race, and Papiamento, it wasn't a bad race the first time, but they add blinkers today, made him sit a little bit closer, and Tyler just delivered such a beautiful trip. He had him right in the pocket, saving all the ground, and then tipped him out in the top of the stretch. Just the ideal trip that you want in these turf races.
I'll tell you what, we've seen a couple horses. You see Whit in the winner's circle, and I would think the winner's circle in the Travers would be more joyous, but anytime you're in the winner's circle, good stuff for Whit. I'm really happy for him. Such a good dude. And he's getting a lot of dap from a lot of his friends. Like, we've seen this a couple times. We saw it with Jennifer Paragella getting her first win here. And hugs just go around when you win here in Saratoga.
What a moment to win at this racetrack. And not that long ago, he just went out on his own. Previously worked with Todd Pletcher and Chad Brown. So he learned under some of the best in the business. And now he gets a big milestone here with his first winner at this historic meet.
I feel like I just picked the only Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt combo horse that ever ran last. It was a terrible pick there for me. But yeah, it's great. Whit has been around some of the greatest horsemen, learning from them as assistant trainer. And he does such a great job. He has Anna Marie. So if it's any day to get hot, today is the day for him.
It is. And I tell you what, this horse got produced at the right time. The blinkers went on. You know, that race was a live race without caution. And horse won nice, too. Won pretty easily. So this is a horse that could be going somewhere, too, being a $250,000 purchase. Congratulations to Larissa and Ryan Camp, too. And Whit, you could just tell by his demeanor, he's kind of like, my God, who do I text now? Like, he just looked at his phone right now. It's just really, really cool.
Special moment. He'll remember this one for a long time. You always remember that first win at this racetrack. And does it with a horse who goes off here at 10-1, Papiamento. As you said, this horse could be very good. I mean, that was a productive first start. Gets a lot better here in start number 2, and there could be some nice horses here he beat.
I mean, it's Saratoga is a place that you see stars of today and stars of tomorrow. And this horse is a starting point for him. It's only his second start, but the way he did it impressively, you would expect that he could go on to bigger and better things. And it definitely doesn't have distance limitation. The longer the race runs, he can handle it. A horse that's full of stamina.
A first for that man right there, getting that first ever win here at this racetrack. Well, it's becoming old hat, winning at the highest level here in the States for this barn. Charlie Appleby. Measured time. The distance a question, but he is ultra talented. Winner of the Manhattan. They have a nice backup plan too with Silver Knot, who might be the horse to beat. Stay with us.
Folsom from last to first in the Met win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back at a packed house at historic Saratoga Racecourse on one of the most important days in the sport, Travers Saturday. Our program brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Tyler Gaffleone continues to do his thing. Picks up his 34th winner of the meet and first ever win for the barn of Whit Beckman here at Saratoga, here in this 6th race. Let's go to Maggie.
There are many firsts that have happened here in this winner's circle with Papamiento taking down this maiden field. First of all, Ryan Camp, owner, your first win ever.
First win, first Saratoga, so excited. This is the Travers, right? This is the Travers?
Feels like it.
My Travers. So I'm so excited to be here. Just want to say thank you to Whit and his team. You guys are amazing. Lindley, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for everything. You guys work your butts off. So happy. My wife, Larissa, she's here with our well, she's at home with her children, but she always supports my crazy horse habits. So thank you to her. I love you. Bennett, Maya, love you guys. Clark, Joe, my friends that are here, I love you guys. These are amazing. This is like the best day ever. And thank you to the alien that's in the paddock. I don't know what it is, but it was amazing. I don't know what that guy is, but he's going to stay forever, okay?
Ryan was asking me about the weird alien Buddha that's in the tree in the paddock, and I said, I don't know. It's the mystery of the paddock, but there's no mystery with Whit Beckman. As Whit, you get your first Saratoga win in your own name, and so much more professional with those blinkers on today in a second start.
Yeah, second start. We saw a few things in the first one. It suggested the blinkers would be a good fit, so everything just worked out perfect. Tyler set him in the perfect spot. Horse was there. Worked out perfectly. Tyler
is in the zone, and you guys will team up later in the Travers with Anna Marie. Let's go back. I hate to bring up some bad memories, maybe, but the Belmont, just the start. But he showed he has a heart, and he's tenacious and scrappy.
He is. He's going to run no matter what. We just hope we can, face the adversity late, not so much early, and just get a better run into the first turn. So, yeah, just hoping for a clean trip.
Well, what a way to kick off your Travers Day. Congratulations here. And Ryan, I'm going to save that Buddha alien for you no matter what.
I'll be back next year, and we'll be back. Well, actually might be in here next Saturday with Zadorsky. So I'm going to rub the Buddha. I'm going to rub the alien. I love the alien, and please preserve the alien for me. So thank you to everybody. Thank you so much.
Well, here's to hoping we see you soon again, guys. Congratulations. And like I said, Greg, this team of Whit Beckman and Tyler Gaffleone teaming up later with Anna Marie.
What a moment to get a win like that on a huge day like this as well. There are a lot more wins to come here at Saratoga for Whit Beckman.
That's so deserving, the first win. Like Mr. Wayne Lucas said, the first olive comes out of the jar hard, but after that they all loosen up and it comes out easy. Yeah. And I expect a lot more wins in the future for Whit.
He had to go, that week of the Kentucky Derby to the hospital.
I know, right?
And get looked at, and what a moment, though, to have a horse, too, relatively early into his training career, just to have a horse in that run for the Roses, and now he's going to be in the big one here in the Travers to come with that same horse, 2360. Papiamento in that 6th race as we get closer to the first of 5 Grade 1s to come on this huge card, and that Resorts World Sword Dancer that will kick off our Grade 1 action. Charlie Appleby. Reading between the lines, it sounds like they are very high on measured time, but he's unknown at the distance. And obviously, if he does not want to go that distance, they have a horse they know loves that distance in Silver Knot.
What a 1-2 punch to have. I mean, either one of these horses would be the favorite standing alone, and they're the top 2 horses in this race. Obviously, there's some distance questions about measured time, but he does have the ability, that's for sure.
Grade 1 winner of the Manhattan in what was his state's debut. He is 6 for 8 lifetime, Pauline. William Buick in town to ride.
Yeah, and listen, he won this race pretty handily. Now, behind him was Nation's Pride, who is his stablemate. Now, Nation's Pride went over to Colonial Downs and won an easier spot and crushed, but, measured time is 6 for 8 lifetime with $1.2 million in the bank. Grade 1 winner in Maidan, Grade 1 winner here at Saratoga. Good luck trying to beat this horse.
Visually looking at this race, there's nothing that gives you an indication like he was getting tired to the finish. Seemed like he still had plenty left in the tank. So when you're trying to translate how he will handle the distance, by what I see, it seemed like he's probably going to even relish the 1.5 miles.
Well, he's got to prove it at this 1.5 miles, and a horse who's become and gone just another level. Have they stretched him out and gone longer is Silver Knot?
Yes, he's gotten better and better. He's on a 3-race win streak. He won the Bowling Green in very, very good fashion, but he was kind of handed the front end that day. Does he get it again today? He probably does, but he's also a horse that does not need to lead. He can win from many different positions.
I'm glad you brought up the point about him being on front, because what's funny about this race is the two stablemates are the two horses with the most natural early speed, and you don't expect the last thing you'd ever want to see happen if you have two horses, an entry, is them dueling head to head. So it's very interesting to see which horse is actually going to be the pace setter and which one is going to be passive. I believe that they're going to make Measured Time take back off the pace and let Silver not be on the lead, because if they already think that Measured Time has a bit of a distance limitation question, they probably don't want to burn out the gas early.
Bad enough for everyone here that Charlie Appleby Godolphin are bringing horses like this into races like this. Now they got two of them in the same race. What a 1-2 punch in that Grade 1 Sword Dancer with Measured Time and Silver Knot. Countdown to the DraftKings Travers showdown of the summer in this 3-year-old division. It continues when we come back from this timeout on Fox Sports 1.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Initially known as the Kenilworth Cup, the Man of War Cup is a solid gold trophy awarded to the winner of the Travers Stakes, or Midsummer Derby. Commissioned by Abe Orpin, co-owner and manager of Kenilworth Park in Windsor, Ontario, the trophy was created by Tiffany & Company in 1920 for the match race between Man of War and Triple Crown winner Sir Barton. Man of War won the contest by 7 lengths and drank from the cup in the winner's circle. In 1936, Samuel's wife Elizabeth donated the cup to Saratoga Racecourse. That same year, Granville became the first Travers winner to receive what is known now as the Man of War Cup. Each year, the original trophy is presented by a member of the Riddle family or the governor or lieutenant governor of New York to the winner of the track signature event. A smaller gold-plated replica of the Man of War Cup or Travers Trophy inscribed with the winner's name is prepared for the winning connections to commemorate one of the most prestigious victories in the sport.
There it is, Man of War Trophy given out to the winner of the Travers. Impressive piece of hardware and one of the most prestigious races there is to win in this sport.
What a dream it would be for anyone to hold that trophy. Javier Castellano, we saw him, he's held it 7 times. But yeah, definitely a prestigious trophy and a moment in everyone's life that they wish that they can be a part of.
His 7th race. Some future stars of tomorrow as we approach the 9-minute mark to post. 6 furlong sprint. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with the Todd Pletcher too in here. That includes your current favorite, number 3, Tip Top Thomas, who in all of his workouts looks incredibly quick. And watching, his work from the gate last time, he was very quick away from there, and he kind of got a bit headstrong. So that immediately indicates to me that he can fly out of there and, find his stride very quickly. And 2, he also had an exercise rider aboard, whereas the mate he was with had a jockey. So there was a little bit of weight disparity as well. So I appreciate that. But looking at him here in the paddock, he is very petite. He's very light, fine-boned. And while he may win because he might be quickest, I don't know how much further he's going to go. I know it's all about today, but I'm just kind of pontificating about this horse's future a little bit, in that it feels like he could be one that is purely just a 2-year-old, purely just a 6 furlong type. But there's no doubt about his preparedness for this debut, and that he looks incredibly fit, and he is very professional. As Todd's other horse in here is number 1, Freaky. I love that name. They paid $850,000 for this son of Into Mischief. The dam, she was a multiple stakes winning Maryland bred. And on the other side of it, there's been actually more turf in the pedigree. And Freaky actually has a little bit more length to his body and a little bit more substance than his uncoupled stablemate in here. So also hinting to me that maybe a little bit more ground is going to be preferable for him. Watching his last workout, he was inside of an unraced filly. He was very strong to the pole. We saw Johnny Velasquez in the irons. I really like the way that he was accelerating on the gallop out. So again, a horse that gives the impression that he's probably going to do his best running late, and whether or not this 6 furlongs is too short remains to be seen. Another horse that could be forward in here is number 2. That is Rookie Card for Danny Gargan, as they bought this guy at the OBS open sale, which takes place in June, after working a quarter of a mile in 21 flat, and he really wasn't asked for much. And I love the way this horse pushed from behind, so therefore, kind of extended his stride up front and covered a lot of ground. He is very classy acting. He's by Audio's Charlie, who predominantly gets sprinters. It's actually a little bit more synth and turf on the bottom, but this guy looks dirt. And I like his physical maturity. I like the way he's acting here. I've liked all of his workouts too. I think this horse should be respected, and we'll see if he can give Danny Gargan his first winner of the meet. As we'll also take a look at number 6, Kiwadin for Chad Brown, a son of Instagram. I haven't seen too many here. On the bottom side is actually a little bit more turf, and watching his workout, he definitely has a little bit more of a higher knee action. I like him as an individual. Looking at him here in the paddock, he's classy acting. He's been on the bridle nicely, listening to his handlers. He's got a lot of size to him, but he doesn't really feel like 6 furlongs on the dirt is going to be his gig. So we'll see what we get from him, though. We'll see if Tip Top Thomas can take them gate to wire, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. 8-1 on this Chad Brown first-time starter. The 6, Flavian Pratt, will be aboard. Favorite, though, the 3, Todd Pletcher. Expect these barns to have these talented, impressive youngsters, and we'll see if this son of Volatile for Pletcher, the 3, is one of those horses. It looks like, certainly in the morning, he's been showing a lot of talent.
I mean, and the story of Volatile himself was so fast, so we expect some precocity from this guy. But the story of this race is there's quite a few horses that are fast. The 2 that have run, Shot in the Dark number 5 and CK1 and number 8, they have a lot of early speed, and they're drawn to the outside of the expected other 2 fast horses, Tip Top Thomas number 3 and number 2 Rookie Card. This is going to be a hot pace, and if they go too fast too early, it could set up for a horse like number 7, Disco Tech, at a big price. Don't overlook that horse.
What do you know, Rajiv?
I know that this is going to be a fast pace early, and usually when that happens, it could really impact the early pace setters. and cave in.
For all your Tiger fans, I don't understand why Mizzou is 25-1. This horse was working great on the dirt. Then George Weaver put the horse on the turf. Did not like that work. Now back on the dirt. Get 25-1 on this horse.
And, you know, by the way, and here's the 3 horse who's the favorite. Todd Pletcher with, you know, Bullet Drill back to back, both out of the gate. He's got another horse in the rail who had a B+ work according to the DR Clocker report. 7-1 right now. Is it thinking maybe just longer's better?
Well, let's be honest. If you're going to name a horse Freaky, the horse is obviously going to have a little bit of talent, right?
Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up. Home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. And here's his son of Into Mischief, Freaky for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, Eclipse Thoroughbreds here, and Into Mischief colt out of a Ghost Sapper mare.
Rookie card for Danny Gargan. He'll have Dornick later today.
My top pick, his workout on August 8th was in company with his stablemate Dornick. That alone makes him formidable here.
Tip Top Thomas, the favorite for Pletcher.
Been working great guns in the morning. Whenever you see 1 out of 161, that means he outworked 160 horses in the morning on August 17th.
Mizzou, Paulie was just touching on, for George Weaver, who's always dangerous with his 2-year-olds.
Yeah, I mean, this was a $300,000 purchase, and the Sire Munnings does pass on a lot of speed to his progeny.
Never hurts to have a race under your belt, and Shot in the Dark has just that for Jenna Antonucci, who won the Travers last year.
Yeah, and you know, Rashid mentioned it. This horse showed speed first time out, so could be dangerous second time.
Key Waden, Chad Brown, first-time starter, as Flavian Pratt.
I mean, this one here with the top connections, I picked them in the last race and didn't win.
There's Disco Tech at a big price, Mike Maker.
Yeah, Connect colt making a debut with Tyler Gaffordone looking for another one.
CK Wonder went by. Productive first out effort at this meet for Dale Romans. Here's the 9 out of Money, debuting with Luis Saez.
By Mr. Money, 33-1, your longest shot on the board.
And Sovereignty for the barn of Hall of Famer Bill Mott. We'll have Junior Alvarado aboard.
This one, I don't see a flashy workout pattern, so I have a feeling that this is a starting point for this horse.
2 minutes to post in a race that starts a mandatory payout. Pick 5.
And maybe you want to dip into this mandatory payout. I don't know. Maybe in the next race, race 8, you do have the 5 in there. Rhetorical, who freaked first time out. I get it was against not that great of a field, but if you're going forward in the Sword Dancer, you could probably obviously go 2 deep in there, the 2 and the 4. I thought you could maybe single Vava if you want to get Celia in there as well. I mean, I think it's playable. I think Money's Gold is a player. And then you get to Mulligan, and I thought this pick 6 and pick 5 you could play if you want to reach for some long shots. I think they're there too as well.
Well, let's look at this horse for this race. You obviously got to get through the first leg before anything. This horse is so important to have a race under your belt. He has that. Showed good speed in the debut. Hit the gate out of the start.
I mean, and he hit the gate. He had a tough inside post, but he showed so much speed. What I loved about this effort, he was pressed the entire way. I mean, he had to do all the dirty work, all the heavy lifting, and he didn't give up. He hung in there. This race was way better than it looked. The fact that he finished 4th, was able to, on the pressure all the way and hung in there, Todd showed that this horse has a lot of class and ability.
Doesn't have to deal with a rail. Hopefully won't have those issues out of the gate. Unfortunate incident that happened. He showed a lot of ability, though, first time out, and he took money in that race.
No, he took money. That's the key. And when you're looking at some of these races, he ran a good race for Dale Romans, who's coming here with some of his horses. Now you're taking a look at the 10 in here for Bill Mott, and, you know, drawing that complete outside post. But whenever you're wearing that Godolphin blue, you're always alive. And now we're taking a look at the 8 here, CK Wonder.
Let's go back to Maggie.
If I wasn't enamored with Rookie Card in here, I would take CK Wonder, because I agree with what Rajiv was saying, and I had noted that before we even saw him on the racetrack, because he was a horse that sold at OBS and worked without blinkers. 95% of the horses sold at that public auction work in blinkers, and it just hints at a horse's genuine nature when you don't have blinkers on, and you can see how honest and determined he is in that first race. If anything, he's a little bit more awake than he was in that debut, but I wholeheartedly respect this horse, and of the horses that have run, I would take him. Crazy that we all land on the 2, but he has impressed me every single step of the way. But if as Rajiv mentioned about the pace getting hot, I agree. Discotheque could be picking things up, because this is a horse that wants more ground, but for a Mike Maker first-time starter, he looks incredibly fit and strong, but he's really long in that frame that just says longer might be better as he wears blinkers first time out. Same thing goes for Sovereignty. This horse is massive. He's a behemoth. I've liked his workouts, but again, guys, feel like this is just a jumping off point for him.
All right, Maggie, thank you. That one's still to come. Showdown of the summer in that DraftKings Travers. Filly taking on the boys. Will she show that she's the best 3-year-old period in this sport right now?
I don't know, but I just saw one of the best shirts ever that just walked up. He said you can get it at the gift shop. It said, if you will build it, they will run.
Saw that shirt.
That is a legendary shirt.
With the Saratoga logo on it.
Wow, what a beautiful shirt.
The first 16 of a mile in this race is going to have the most impact on the outcome, because getting out of the gate is going to be crucial for some of these horses, especially the less experienced ones.
Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Tip Top Thomas is very quick. He's hustled hard. Here's Rookie Card coming through smoothly, and Rookie Card up to take the lead. Keewaydin 2 off the pace in third, followed by Discotheque, whose sports Shot in the Dark is down on the inside, 5 lengths off the lead. Racing 2 clear of CK Wonder. Freaky is next, some 10 lengths off them. Then it's Mizzou. Out of Money is second to last, and Sovereignty at the back of the field. 21-4 for Rookie Card, who goes past the 3/8 pole, leading 3/4 of a length. Tip Top Thomas is trying to keep with him in second. It's 3 lengths back to Keewaydin in third, and he's coming after the top pair with a 3-wide bid, 4 in front of Shot in the Dark in fourth. Rookie Card, Tip Top Thomas on the outside, moves to engage as they come to the 8th pole. Rookie Card digging in, Tip Top Thomas up alongside, and Keewaydin is 2 lengths back in third. They're in the final furlong. Rookie Card, Tip Top Thomas. Tip Top Thomas has taken the lead. Rookie Card is brave and fighting, and Keewaydin with big strides. Here is the line. Tip Top Thomas won the photo. Rookie Card and Keewaydin were right there with him, and Sovereignty with big strides from far back, late for fourth.
Tip Top Thomas. Todd Pletcher meets leading rider Arad Ortiz Jr. is the 2-1 favorite to win.
And what an amazing race. These 2-year-olds put on a show, and the debuters really brought it. Tip Top Thomas ran fast with Rookie Card every step of the way, and they passed the wire first and second. This horse has a bright future, but today was a big race for him.
You know what? It ran 3-2. Rookie Card ran unbelievable, and so did the 3. The 6 had these 2 horses ripe for the picking, and just could not pick these horses up. And you could tell right at the last moment, the 2 had his head down, the 6 just never got there. And they just posted it. 3-2 is right, and
look at the
it looked like the 6 was going to go by him, but he just could not.
The ears are pinned back to the back of the head, meaning they're so engaged, these horses. They're chomping at the bridle, trying to beat each other. Just top athletes put it on a show for us. What an amazing race.
3-2, 6-10. Todd Pletcher with another potential future star here, and there he is. Man who's won 14 training titles here at Saratoga. And he's got another future star, certainly Tip Top Thomas. What a way to debut.
Yeah, and if you go back to the start of this race, these were the best two horses in the race. They both got squeezed out of it. The 4 kind of went sideways, and the 3 and the 2 got kind of knocked towards the rail and then just went at it from there. I mean, this was a ding-dong battle, and what a run by both of these horses.
Neither one deserved to lose, but
yeah.
That's the game we play. You usually only have one winner. Neither horse wanted to give it up.
Yeah, check out the start here, Rajiv, and watch the 2 and the 3. They don't get off to the best of starts in here. The 4 gets off to the worst of starts. But, I mean, for these horses to be the best, they kind of get pushed towards the rail a little bit. I guess the 2 went right to the rail, and they decided to just go on with it.
Yeah, well, the difference in the pole position that was important was number 3, Tip Top Thomas, is drawn outside of rookie card. So Irad was able to kind of give him a breather while hunting rookie card. Whereas Dylan Davis, he had to overcommit to secure the rail. So he had to send his horse, use him a little bit. Meanwhile, Irad was able to sit off him. I believe if the post draw was different, rookie card might have been the winner today over Tip Top Thomas.
But how about the sires in here, right? Adios Charlie, Volatile, a new sire, Instagram who ran 3rd, a new sire. So some of these new sires, Adios Charlie obviously been around a little bit, but some of these new sires, now Volatile getting another W, and Rajiv mentioning how fast he was as a thoroughbred, and he's passing it on to his progeny.
Battle between these two, that was something else. And to be able, for both those two to be able to be in it at the end, after how fast they went early.
I was going to give you one of my rookie cards if he held on.
Stop. John Velasquez, he was on the other Pletcher in the race, Freaky, telling about his trip. Horse who'd been working very big, does not get a piece of this one. A lot of dirt on Johnny V's face right there.
Gonna need a good sponge bath after that race.
2-1 favorite, Tip Top Thomas with the win. Jason Worth, World Series champ, former All-Star. What a ride he is having with the Belmont Stakes and Haskell winner. Can it keep going?
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo!
In Italian to win it.
Big F won. And it will be McCulloch. Domestic spending. Ocean Road.
Victoria Road. Digital Age. And Pearl.
State of Rest. Newspaper of Record.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. Infield canoe, one of the great traditions here, painted in the colors of the winner of the Travers, and that's to come later tonight on our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. What an impressive future ahead for this horse. Tip Top Thomas, debut winner for trainer Todd Pletcher with a Rat Ortiz Jr., who gets his 40th winner of the meet.
Yeah, I'm going to call it. Irad is locked in for the leading rider title. Knowing that his challengers are going out of town, Tyler Gaffleone pursuing him, and Flavian Pratt, they're going to be doing a few days in Kentucky Downs. He's already blown the doors off of it.
That's brave, Raj. I called it before the meet started, by the way.
Yeah, I remember you did. But then you started having some anxious
moments. No, it got close. It was close for quite a while. Both Tyler Gaffleone and Flavian Pratt have had tremendous meets. Tip Top Thomas wins our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, and all three of these horses, and there might even be some others that look like they might have big futures.
Well, the 2 and the 3, they both had monster works in the morning, and it played out in the afternoon.
Rookie card lost nothing in defeat, and I love to see him going forward. He's going to be a really promising horse as well.
ABR race of the week. It is the big one in this 3-year-old division. Unofficial 4th leg of the Triple Crown, the Midsummer Derby. The Grade 1 DraftKings Travers. A look at the current odds. It is Sierra Leone, runner-up in the Kentucky Derby, who is still your 9-5 favorite. Dornick, though, he is the leader right now in this 3-year-old division, based off of back-to-back Grade 1 wins at the Belmont Stakes and in the Haskell. Can he keep things going? We put a former Met and a former Philly together. Let's see what happens as Paula Duca goes one-on-one with Jason Worth.
Who's got a better pedigree, you or Dornick?
Well, I mean, I think right now Dornick's pedigree is probably the better of the two, and has a chance to do something pretty special. But to be in a family, a 3rd generation big leaguer, I think there's only 5 families that were 3rd generation, and for all of us to get to rings, I ended up in the Ring of Honor in Washington, which was pretty cool.
Well, I got to ask you a question. Since we were teammates in 04 together,
Yep.
I know I got traded. So will you put on at least the Dodger hat?
I mean, I'll hold it.
You'll hold it?
Yeah.
You want to put on a Met hat?
I wouldn't touch that thing.
What would it take for you to put on a Met hat?
There's no amount of money to give me to.
Because I'm kind of the same way. I get where you're going.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't mind. I'll take that. I'll take that Philly hat. From
You sure?
Yeah, for sure. I'll hold this.
Okay.
I'd even put this.
You know what? I'll wear the Met hat then.
All right,
it's
let's
fine.
go.
Screw you. How about that?
Yeah, we can go back to
All
that.
right. By the way, did you ever respect me?
Not in that uniform.
Not in this uniform. No, that's a good question, because I always want to say we were friends.
Yeah.
Now, did you hate me when I played against you with the Mets?
I didn't hate you, but I definitely didn't respect you.
I think that might just end the interview there, right there, I guess.
It's been incredible, the ride, Paulie, he's had with this horse, and he's put it up there with the best moments he's had on a baseball field.
Yeah, he has. I mean, when he mentioned to me, and you'll see later in the feature on Fox, that he basically said, listen, winning the Belmont was like winning the World Series. And it surprised me a little bit, but Jason's been on the top of the world in 2 different sports, and he specified it to me more as this sport has been around. He's starting to learn what this sport is about. And he even said, this looks like Sanskrit to me. Now I'm starting to read it a little bit more. But he understands the history. And even when he got off the set yesterday, he said, man, what a field I got to beat tomorrow. So he knows what he's up against. And I just think that he's great for the game. It's just the bottom line. He is invested in this. You know, you've talked to him too, Rajiv. He's gone to a lot of the events. He's gone to, he did the karaoke. He dunked Andy yesterday. He is in depth with it, and he loves every minute of it.
Yeah, what I've learned about him is he's a very genuine, honest guy, and the humility that he has to show how humble he is to actually want to learn the sport. It's going to make him really successful in it, because he's really observing everything, and it's going to make him transcend to the top even faster.
Did the sport, and he's talked about it, did it do the same for you? Did it fill that void of the competition aspect that was missing?
Yes, 100%. You know, a lot of people always ask me. I owned about 15 to 20 horses at one time, and my biggest horse was Golden Spikes. He had won the carryback grade 2. Even nothing much. Then ran second in the Illinois Derby. But, like Jason experiences, like you could face Greg Maddox, you could face Tom Glavine, you can face John Smoltz. It's something that we do. But when those horses go in the gate, we have no control. So now you just get that little excitement, and he talks about it a lot, and it does. It brings it back, and I think that's why a lot of former athletes are in the game.
And to have a horse like this, I mean, this early being in the game, just incredible with what's on the line. I mean, already leader right now in this division, though a win today could maybe cement a 3-year-old championship for Dornick. This is a look at his Haskell win, and more than anything else, I think you characterize him as a fighter that just loves a dogfight.
Yeah, and this is horse, I feel like it's like under-respected. He's under-respected because he's not flashy. He doesn't pull away 5 lengths from his rivals. Not that he can't do it. He kind of likes teasing them, waiting for them, you know, taunting them. Come at me, come at me. I'll show you what you got, because Mindframe ran up on him and thought he was going to go by twice, 2 different races, and he did the same thing. He said, hey, okay, let's go. And he just knocked him over. And this workout shows that he's in top form. Look at him on the outside. The rider is easily at will, just pulling against the reins, trying to slow him down as he's wanting to run. And once she releases the reins a bit and cues him to go very gently, he just takes off and pulls away from his stablemate here. So very impressive work, shows that he's in top form coming into this race.
Are you surprised that he's second choice?
A little. I thought he would be fair. Look, people love what Sierra Leone ran huge, you know, in defeat in the Kentucky Derby. He's been the most consistent 3-year-old, I think, even though he hasn't won that big one. He's a grade 1 winner, but he hasn't won one of the true big ones. Horses to pull off a Belmont Travers double. Look at that list right there. And I think, you know, you look at, too, you've talked about horses to try and, you know, win the Haskell and this race. It's tough to do, let alone Belmont. Haskell Travers.
Well, I mean, listen, you can just go to American Pharoah. American Pharoah couldn't pull it off. I mean, and he was a Triple Crown winner, so it's tough to just pull off that double. So what Dornick is trying to pull off is what Point Given, only one horse has done it. Point Given did it in 2001, and, you know, he dominated all 3 of those because he was that good of a horse. And like I've said before, Bob Baffert will say he was as good as Justify and American Pharoah.
All right, it's time to tell America who everybody likes here. Raj, we're going to start with you for the Travers.
Fierceness is my Travers pick. I feel like he's got a great outside pose to be able to dictate the terms of this race. He's the best horse in the race, and it's all going to come together today for an encore performance. The best of Fierceness shows up today.
If he does, this race is over.
Yeah, he's going to be tough. I'm going to go with Torpedo Anna just because I think she's got the least amount of questions to answer. You know, like we talk about Sierra Leone, where is he going to lay? Can he be somewhat quirky? Fierceness, not really getting bet. Is he going to be the horse that's going to be on the outside? I honestly, truly think that this horse needs to beat Dornick, and I think Sierra Leone will be running home late. But I think the draw in the 1 hole where everybody thinks is disadvantageous is advantageous because that's where Brian Hernandez likes to be. His idol was Calvin Burrell. He'll be on the rail.
I keep hearing about people saying Torpedo Anna needs to step up, needs to get faster. I don't see that. The numbers I look at, Torpedo Anna is just as fast as Dornick, as Sierra Leone. They're the top 2 choices in this race right now. And everyone in this race you look out, they all have big question marks. Sierra Leone lugging in, can't get out of his own way. Fierceness has never won back-to-back starts. She does not have, in terms of being on the racetrack and what she doesn't have any questions to answer. Now, she's got to answer the question, can she do it against the boys? But I already think talent-wise, she belongs in this race, and it should be one of the horses to beat. I'm going with Torpedo Anna as well.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
She wins this race.
Legend.
Very likely she is not only horse of the year, she'll be inducted across the street.
Legend. If she wins this Travers, she is a legend, and she'll be considered like a Zenyatta or a Rachel Alexandra.
It's coming up next on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Can Dornick cement his status as the top 3-year-old in the division? He's got to beat the filly to do it as she takes her shot at history, trying to become the first filly since 1915 to win the Travers. Can the 2-year-old champ finally put back-to-back races together? If he can, that trophy just might be his.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Winter Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site? Lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
It's America's original
early. Opening up to lead it by 2. Dornick in a nice tracking position second. Torpedo Anna tucked in on the fence third. Fierceness fourth with 3.5 to make up. The opening quarter went in 23 2/5 seconds. Unmatched Wisdom is a bit of a handful. He wants to be closer. He's off the pace today, 4.5 lengths off the speed. Honor Marie is 3 deep as they make their way onto the backstretch. Corporate Power in between horses, and Sierra Leone is inside of that pair, and in fact now in front of both of them. Batten Down leads the way by a length over Dornick, with Fierceness in the clear third. Torpedo Anna patiently handled in fourth, 3.5 off the pace. The half went in a very reasonable 48 seconds flat. Behind them, Unmatched Wisdom. Sierra Leone has 6 lengths to make up, 3 in front of Corporate Power and Honor Marie. Dornick coming at Batten Down now. They're on even terms, with Fierceness looming 3 wide. Torpedo Anna is 4th, just 2.5 lengths off the pace, and Sierra Leone is revving up 5th. He's 4 lengths off the new leader, Fierceness. 3/4 in 1:11 3. They're at the top of the stretch, and Fierceness takes command. Sierra Leone is coming with his run on the outside of Torpedo Anna, who's currently second. They're in the final furlong. Johnny V asking Fierceness for everything he has. 3-length lead. Torpedo Anna running her heart out and coming with every stride. Fierceness, Torpedo Anna in an absolutely dramatic conclusion. The champ is back. Fierceness holds off a gallant Torpedo Anna to win the DraftKings Travers. Sierra Leone was third.